This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. Welcome. This is September 28th, 2021. It is 9 a.m. This is the meeting of the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Update Joint Planning Commission and Countywide Citizen Advisory Committee. We'll be covering a variety of topics today, mostly review of goals 1 through 4 of the draft copy of the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan, and we can call this meeting to order. Thank you everyone for coming this morning. Let's do a quick round of introductions. I'll try to go across my screen so that there's just less confusion about what order we do things in. I'm Andy Davis. I live in Astoria. I am the chair of this group now, but I come from the Citizen Advisory Committee countywide group. Gail, can you introduce yourself?
Gail Henriksen, Community Development Director.
Thank you. Lam, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Lam Kwang. I'm the Planning Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner.
Nadia? We'll come back to Nadia. How about Chris Farrar?
I'm here. Nadia's here.
Thanks, Nadia. Can you introduce yourself briefly? Oh, that's okay. Chris Farrar.
I'm Chris Farrar. I live in Astoria. I'm on the County Planning Commission.
Thanks, sir. Jan Mitchell.
Jan Mitchell. I'm the vice chair of the Comprehensive Plan Group, and I live in Astoria.
Thank you, Jan. John Orr. Oh, John, you're muted.
Is that better?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. I'm John Orr. I live in Astoria. I'm a planning commissioner.
Thanks, sir. Cheryl.
Cheryl Johnson, out in the Napa Brownsmead area. I am part of the CAC for Northeast and the rep to countywide CAC.
Thank you. Lisa Phipps from DLCD.
Hi, I'm Lisa Phipps. I'm the North Coast Regional Representative for the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and I'm just here as a someone to sit in the audience and cheer you on.
Thank you for joining us, Lisa. And I think thank you for your draft comments as well. I think I remember seeing your initials a couple places.
Yeah.
How about Jim? Jim, I think you're unmuted, but I don't hear you yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't quite hear you. Jim Allegria, CAC from Astoria.
Thank you, Jim. Let me try. There's a second Jim on the line too. Jim in?
Jim Nikes.
Nikes, thank you.
I'm just a member of the committee out here. Just here to watch.
Great. Thank you for joining us, Jim. Pat?
Yes, morning. Pat Corcoran, the CAC from Astoria.
Sure. I think I have Susana Gardner next.
Hey. Oh, you're working. Okay. So you're the guy that Mike talked to? Or?
Yeah, Jim Becker.
Okay, all right.
Caller 01, someone who's calling in, I can hear you. You're not muted. Just FYI. Robert, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Robert Strickland. I reside in beautiful Clatsop Plains, liaison from the Clatsop Plains Advisory Committee, and also a Planning Commission member.
Thanks, sir. Guido?
Yes, good morning. I'm Guido. I'm property owner in Cove Beach. I'm a member of the public. Thank you for having me.
Sure, thank you for joining us, sir. Jason Pollock.
Jason is one of our planning staff, so he's here today just to observe.
Okay, thank you, Gail. How about Charles Dice?
Yeah, this is Charles Dice. I live in Cove Beach, and I am the chairman of the Southwest Coastal Citizens Advisory Committee, and I am taking over from Todd Lundy as the liaison for the countywide CAC.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you for the introduction and welcome to the group. Carrie Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. This is Carrie Johnson, and I'm a planning commissioner from out in the John Day area.
Thank you, Carrie. And then I'll ask caller 01. I don't have a name on this caller, but if you're calling in on the phone, do you mind introducing yourself? And I'm not hearing.
I don't know. This is hi. Good morning. This is Philip Johnson. I don't know if I'm 01, but I'm the training site manager for Camp Rylea. I'm currently dialing in en route to my back to my office, and then I will be on the video conference. But I appreciate the participation this morning, and thank you for the invitation, Gail.
Okay. Thank you for introducing yourself, sir, and for joining us. We look forward to seeing you on video in a bit. Thank you. Okay, so I think I caught everyone. Did we miss anyone in that round of introductions? Nadia?
Sorry to miss that. I was juggling children and dog here. Nadia Gardner, I'm the chair of the Planning Commission based down here in Arch Cape in Southwest Clatsop.
Okay, thank you for the longer introduction, Nadia. Okay, so
Andy,
yeah.
you also missed Susana Gladwin and Joanne Cornelius, I believe.
Okay, Susana, I think you had just joined us. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, Susana Gladwin here, and I represent the Elsie Jewel Vine Maple Southwest, Rural Seaside Committee.
Thank you, Susana. And Joanne Cornelius. I see that your mic became unmuted, Joanne, but I don't hear you yet. And now you're muted again. Joanne, I think we'd be happy to come back to you if you manage to get unmuted and can speak. We can do your intro at any point here. For the moment, in case of expediency, Gail, thank you for reminding me for Susana and Joanne. I believe the next segment is yours or member of your staff to just overview what we're doing as far as process and scheduling.
Yes, thank you, Chair Davis. So based on the schedule that the Board of Commissioners reviewed on June 15th of this year, we are on a very tight time frame. As you'll see, we're going to be working through goals 1 through 4 today, and it will be a long meeting, and I appreciate everyone's attendance and patience. We will be reviewing what is currently the 3rd draft of goals 1 through 4, and the first draft did go to the State Department of Land Conservation and Development for review, and they sent us comments back. Based on that, we did a 2nd draft that was reviewed by the Board of Commissioners both on August 3rd and on September 15th. And following our meeting today, we'll be going back to the board with your comments on October 6th for another work session, and that's a daytime work session at 10 a.m. And then we will be moving very quickly month by month through the different goals with the target end date of April of 2022 for our portion of the work. From there, it would go back to Board of Commissioners and Town Hall work sessions to look at those 18 goals and also our community plans. And the ultimate goal is to go forward with adoption, first reading on July 13th and second reading on July 27th. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there questions from the group about the process that Gail just described or our schedule?
I have one sort of related question. I noticed in the agenda packet for today, the date for the next County Planning Commission meeting is shown on, I think, 4 different pages as October 14th. Is that the actual date? I thought it was to be October 12th, the second Tuesday.
Yes, that's my mistake. I apologize for my error.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarifying question there, Commissioner Farrar. Any other questions from the group or comments about the process or schedule? Susana.
That's the planning commission. So the joint committee, like today, is that also on those days? Sometimes we have been meeting with the planning commission.
The joint meetings with the Planning Commission are the 4th Tuesday of the month. And at the end of our meeting, we will need to discuss what time we want to start our next meeting.
Thank you, Gail. Any other questions or comments from the group? Gail, I'll just say as far as process, I really appreciated the fact that we got the different draft documents along with the draft as current. I'll say and as I said with Lisa earlier when she was up, I really liked say the goal. I think it's goal 2. We got the actual comment in the inline comments document, and that was great to see comments from different viewers on that version of the draft so that we could see where some of the feedback was coming from. So I appreciate that. Thank you for including it. Any other comments before we move to reviewing the previous meeting summary? Susana.
Do you want us to submit comments ahead of time now?
So I sent that suggestion out yesterday, in part because we have such a full agenda for today. Covering 4 goals is ambitious. We're going to have a long meeting, I think, as it is. So I especially didn't want people to feel like they didn't get their comments in or heard in this meeting. I think we've more or less got, as Gail said, a hard set of deadlines this time around. At least say with the comprehensive plan group that I was part of, our schedule is moving a little bit and more flexible than what we've got laid out in the current schedule. So I expect that today is the time we've got for goals 1 to 4 for this round of review. So if you wanted to get comments in, that was necessary to get them in ahead of time in case we missed some comments in today's meeting. I don't know if that will be the case as far as time crunch in future meetings or not when we're covering relatively less material. I would sort of leave it up to you all if you feel like you need to get comments ahead or get them in the public record in some way. Is that a reasonable answer to your question, Susana?
Yes, it seems like a good idea going forward. I agree.
I will also say as feedback, and I think this is an appropriate time to do it instead of at the beginning of review for goals 1 through 4. But just as far as process, half of you have not been chaired by me before, the ones of you who are on the Plan Commission. Those of you who have been chaired by me before, I expect this process to be a little different going forward as well, because we are on a crunched timeline. If I'm chairing this in a way that you don't like, I'm open to feedback, and I want to remind everyone that you have the ability as a group to question my decisions and give me feedback directly in the meeting. You can always challenge my ruling as a chair and vote down a ruling if I do something that you don't like. So if I want to skip ahead because I think that we need to move on to the next point and you don't like that, you can always question that and vote against it if you want. I think for our process today, it would be in our best interest to try to move through quickly. And I think as far as feedback that we're giving the commissioners, we're better off trying to concentrate on a few things that we find as a group very important, because as far as bandwidth, if we can give them a small grouping of things that we find important to think about, it may be more productive than a long list of things that are minor corrections in a sense. So that's my thought. If you disagree with that, that's totally fine. We can go in a different direction. But I would encourage you, us as a group, to try and come up with even a method to call out the things that we find most critical to address in the draft as it is. The staff and the Plan Commission, the staff, the Countywide Advisory Group, the area advisory groups, and the commissioners have all weighed in on this document at this point. So it's come a long way. So hopefully there's not that many huge issues left. But you know, obviously there's a lot of feedback that came in last night and this morning. So we'll see how that goes. That's just my 2 cents. Again, please speak up if you think we're going in a bad direction. It's better for you to speak up early so that we can change that, and because we're going to have a bunch more of these meetings to work through. And any comments or questions about that bit? We've still got 4 minutes on this agenda item. So Chris?
Just quickly, I may have missed it, but I've had an internet outage in my neighborhood and I was unable to submit my comments in an effective way prior to this meeting. Can I submit them after this meeting, or have I missed my opportunity?
So I will say that that was a completely ad hoc, off the cuff email from me. So I leave to Gail if she's happy to accept comments or not. I don't know that there's any timeline as far as I know, but Gail may have different thoughts about that.
No, there is not a timeline. We will be forwarding all the comments to the board.
Thank you, Gail. Any other questions or comments before we go to meeting summaries? Okay, let's move on to the next agenda item then. So we had an attached meeting summary from the December 17 meeting. Is there any feedback for that meeting or corrections that folks would like to make for those meeting notes? Jim Allegria.
I don't have any questions about the December 17th meeting, but we had a whole series of meetings in beginning of this year. And my question is, where are they and how do we get them into the record?
Okay, the county has hired a transcription service to assist staff with the 6 countywide or 6 citizen advisory committees. So they are backlogged. We're not the only jurisdiction that they do work with. So they are turning those in as quickly as possible. I apologize that you do not have your meeting summaries from January, February, March, or April of this year. As soon as those do become available, we will include them in the next packet.
Are the videos of our local meetings functional now? When I tried to look at them this morning, there was a technological failure. I could not view the videos.
The county recently changed to a different web site structure, so I will need to go back and verify that all the meeting dates and videos have been put back on the website. Again, I apologize for the error. Community Development does not operate the website, but I will make sure that that information is provided.
Robert, I will say for you and other members of the committee, if you find things that are the county manager's office, there's an employee in the county manager's office who is coordinating a lot of the website work, and they were happy at least to hear from me when I found some scheduling things that weren't coming up yesterday. So I'd imagine sending them direct feedback in the county manager's office would let them get to work on it quickly. Cheryl.
Looking at the minutes from December 17th, I believe at that time that Susana was a CAC member rather than public.
Thank you, Cheryl. Susanna or Gail, do you happen to recall if that's accurate for when you came on as a CAC member? Susanna?
Technically, I wasn't sure going into the meeting, but looking at the minutes, you had commented that it was agreed that I should be on the committee, but I realized that I wasn't acting that way. I was still kind of feeling like I was public. I don't know where it came up in the meeting, but it seemed like technically I probably was.
Okay. I'm happy to have us make that correction. Did you have another comment, Susanna?
Yes, I found reading the minutes when a vote was called on an issue, how the wording was put for the vote was never stated. And I would request both on future minutes that that's written in. And also when we call for a vote, say for today, that in calling for the vote that you state exactly the wording that we're voting on, because sometimes there's so much discussion, I'm not quite sure what I'm voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Any other comments or perhaps a motion to approve the minutes as amended or meeting notes as amended?
I move that we adopt the meeting notes as amended.
Thank you, Pat. Is there a second for that?
I second it.
Thank you, Jim. I'll ask for voice vote here, and I think I'm sorry to exclude the Planning Commission members, but I think that since this is a CAC centric document, I'll just ask the CAC members for a voice vote here. All those in favor of approving these meeting notes as amended signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to the motion? Okay, hearing no opposition, I think the ayes have it. So as amended, those meeting notes can go forward. Thank you, Gail, for presenting these. I don't know if you were transcribing this particular set or not, but thank you for providing the notes. And let's go to CAC liaison reports. So this is an opportunity for the CAC liaisons from the planning areas to report progress or work from their group. Clatsop Plains CAC, Robert, do you want to report out of that group?
I would like to, but I was unable to review the video because it was unreviewable.
Well, we'll be happy to have you caught up at our next meeting then. Hopefully the videos are reviewable at that time. Thank you, sir. Elsie Jewell, Seaside Rural CAC. Susanna?
I thought I was going to be third. Let me just look at my notes for 1 second.
Sure.
We had discussed the issue of any future development being really very water dependent. Jewell School has been hauling water in with big tanker trucks for some weeks now. This whole water thing for any future development really needs to be studied carefully. And we discussed the fact that gray water systems are now legally okay under DEQ. And also that I felt that fixtures, i.e. toilets, sinks, they're numbered, and in the city of Astoria, their water demand, I mean for development demand, meeting water demand, their number of fixtures is listed. I think on future water flow necessity for buildings should be predicated on fixtures. So if you have a small house, 1 bathroom, 1 laundry, it would be less water necessity and than if you have a big house, lots of bathrooms, bedrooms, well, bathrooms and extensive other things. So we could have smaller homes with less water needs was something I felt was important. And I think that's what comes to mind for me from that. I had one other request, and that is that is there somewhere where the charts that we had from our meetings where we had the issue to be voted on, the staff proposal, the CACs, how they voted, and the wording that we came up with as the final document? If that is someplace that can be referenced, because to me that was a really important document that comes out of our meetings. That's all.
Thanks, Susanna, for the question. Gail, do you know, is it possible to make the worksheet documents that we were working through available to the group?
Yes, I can post those on the website.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
For Lewis and Clark, Olney, Walewski, Gail, do you have any report out of that group? I don't believe we have a representative at the moment. Is that correct?
That's correct. The committee has been meeting regularly. They have worked through the existing policies in their community plan, identified upcoming issues over the next 20 years that they are making recommendations on to be included in that community plan. And in October, we will be bringing them back a first draft of their revised community plan.
Great. Thank you, Gail. Northeast CAC, Cheryl?
Northeast CAC in August, unfortunately, did not have a quorum. There were two of us and we did not feel comfortable moving forward without a majority, so we adjourned. But in September, we did have a quorum. And so the format that we are now looking at, only the local planning, was very interesting. So it took us a while to get used to that. None of us were knowledgeable or felt comfortable starting with alluvial and the other soil things. So we set those aside. We moved on to the ones that were linked to policies. We found it a challenge to be looking at local plans out of context of the county plan and out of context of the state. Previously, we would always look at what the state goal was and then what the county had covered and then fold the local into it. So to just look at the local in isolation was a bit strange. Sometimes we were able to say, for instance, well, points 1 and 3 are already covered at the county, therefore we don't need to repeat them at the local level, but that out of context was a challenge. Fortunately, a number of items we had already worked through, and all of the items had nice clear direction from the county staff. We were able to work our way through, I would say, about half of the county of the local plan, and we anticipate being able to finish in October, possibly November, and I think it is Gail's hope and plan to bring us back the draft of our local Northeast CAC by December.
Great. Thank you, Cheryl. Southwest Coastal, Charles, can you report from that group?
I can. So the Southwest Coastal CAC has met a couple of times since we changed the format. We're working through our local area plan for the Southwest area. There's a few things that are really high on our list of needs and wants to be included in the update. And the biggest thing is probably goal 1, which hopefully I'll comment some more on a bit later. But for the Southwest Coastal area, we are really pretty adamant that we do not agree with the direction to do away with the planning area CACs. As many of you may know, the Southwest Coastal CAC has in fact was alive and well for about 40 years until it was disbanded in, I think, 2018. But up until that time, it was operating really well and did a great service to the local community in providing local input on pretty much all the land use applications because the Arch Cape area had set up a design review board under the auspices of the CAC and made their recommendations on those things to the Planning Commission, which then ruled one way or another and passed it on to the Board of Commissioners. And that system, as I said, it worked really well. So we think it's a great model for all of the CACs, and we believe it's a more effective way to get local citizen involvement. The second thing that, or second area that we're really focused on is in the southwest corner, as many people know, there's an awful lot of pressure for development in an area that is essentially all residential and in a very fragile environment where the mountains meet the sea. So we're very concerned about preserving our local wetlands and that those wetlands have been under what I would characterize as attack from people that are trying to develop some of the marginal lots. All the easy to develop things have been already sold and developed, and now people are going after the ones that have been harder to develop up until now. So we have some very specific requests for protecting our local wetlands, like adopting the local wetland inventory we did a few years back that's already been adopted by DSL, and increasing our buffer or reinstating our wetland buffers to 50 feet and a few other things. And then the last thing is that we're also trying to figure out a way to put in place some consideration for the Clatsop County Planning Department to work more closely with the local infrastructure providers. So as an example, in Cove Beach, we have a water district that exists in Cove Beach. We have a road committee that exists in Cove Beach. And both the water district and the road committee have no say on how many homes might get permitted or what kind of homes might get permitted. But either of those two things could have a dramatic impact on our ability to provide water to our communities. So we need a much closer coordination. So that's what we've been up to.
Okay. Thank you for that report, Charles. I'll recognize Susana. Did you have more to add to the Elsie Jewell report?
Yes, I'm sorry. Our committee has discussed several different times, and also with Gail, about the fact that we have a huge area to cover, and we are comfortable with the Jewell Elsie Vine Maple area, but not feeling very confident over the seaside rural, which actually goes all the way down to the southern county line. And we feel that we wanted to outreach to Arch Cape to see if they could somehow take on seaside rural, because I think that there is a lot more in common with their issues. I did bring it up to a group of people from Seaside about the need from somebody from Seaside, but I don't think has anybody stepped forward, Gail, to represent Seaside?
No, no one has.
Yeah. So just something for the Southwest CAC to contemplate.
Okay, thank you, Susana. Okay, so that completes the section for our CAC liaison reports. Thank you, CAC liaisons, for your feedback and reports today. Robert, we look forward to maybe a couple meetings worth of report next time. So we have an opportunity now for public comment and input. I'll say at the outset of this, so we have 2 segments for public comment and input. One is now, which is nominally the beginning of our business agenda. And then we have another public comment and input section at the end of our business agenda. As an aside, though this is maybe important for members of the public to be aware of, normally this countywide CAC group has taken public comment throughout our business proceedings that were germane to the business. I think today we've probably got enough on our plate that may be less possible. You know, pending the approval of the group, we can do that, but I think my anticipation is that we're going to prioritize this large group that we have of the CAC and the Plan Commission comments during the reviews of goals 1 through 4. So if you want to make public comment, I would really encourage you to do it either now or at the end of the meeting. We would ask that you limit comments to 3 minutes or less, but is there public comment or input at this time?
This is Guido Paparoni, not from my side, Andy. Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, thank you, Guido. I'll just make one more call. Any public comment or input at this time? And again, there will be an opportunity at the end of the meeting as well. Okay, so hearing or seeing none, I think we can move to the business agenda, which is the reviews of goal 1 through 4. Again, if you're a member of the public and you want to make comment, there will be an opportunity at the end. And if you, I'll try to keep an eye on chat and people with hands raised or things like that. If there's someone who urgently needs to make a comment, I'll put it to the group to decide if they want to hear public comment at that time. But we'll try to prioritize member feedback through the review of goals 1 through 4. So Gail, I don't know if you want to introduce process-wise. You also have the overview for goal 1. Do you want to kick us off with how you see this process going today?
So I won't say plan, but what I have put together is a brief overview, including information from your cover memos for each of the 4 goals that we'll be discussing today. My intent is to give you a general overview of what each statewide planning goal says, to present some of the discussion that has, as staff has understood it, that has occurred at the Board of Commissioner work sessions. And then basically I have a Word document of the drafts of each goals where we can go make changes live while we're working through our comments. So
can I ask a procedural question of you, Gail, too, which is so process-wise, so we're getting a review right now from the CAC and from the Planning Commission. This will go back up the chain. Does it come back to us again, or is this our last opportunity as a group to see these particular goals?
As a joint group, it will be your only opportunity, pending any possible changes to the schedule that the board may wish to make. The next step would be on October 6th that basically a draft 4 would go back to the board with your comments from today's meeting incorporated. And then the board will review that October 6th at 10 a.m. at a workshop. And then on October 12th, not 14th, the Planning Commission would be doing a review and making a recommendation to the board on goals 1 through 4.
Okay. And then an additional process question. If there are things that members feel that they want to communicate through this process, to, say up to the Board of Commissioners, what do you think is the best way for us to process, to convey that information? Should they for example, should they be making a motion for us to change something or express an opinion on something? Should we make a list? What do you think are process-wise you're looking for today?
So what I've done is for each of our goals, just like we would do with our tables where we would make comments and put those in live, we've got the draft 3 of each of the goals that we're reviewing today. They'll be saved as a separate document, and then we can go through and make changes as we go through each goal. Does that address your question, Chair Davis?
I think so. I think I'm really looking for, we did get some feedback already via email. Thank you folks for sending those across. It seemed like there were some strongly held opinions, say even on goal 1, about, say, Charles expressed the interests of Southwest CAC in retaining their status. If we as a group agreed to that or not, how would we best communicate that up the chain to the Board of Commissioners? Should Charles make a motion that we change some language and then us discuss and vote on that and that be conveyed in that form? Or do you have an alternate suggestion for how we could most effectively make the voice of this body heard?
I think as chair, I think that's really at your discretion. The one concern I would express would be a situation where we have multiple amendments to a motion, which does tend to bog the process down. However, I defer to your discretion as chair.
Okay. Thank you, Gail. And I'll just note, caller, as someone who's calling in on the phone, I could hear you just a second ago, so you might mute if you can. Gail, do you have other introductory material that you would like to review at this time?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so our first goal that we will be discussing today is goal 1, which is, I think it's actually citizen involvement. So again, I apologize for my multiple errors. I put this together this morning and rushed through it. It's officially called citizen involvement, but as we saw from comments back from the Department of Land Conservation and Development, even that title is currently outdated, and a more favorable nomenclature is perhaps public involvement. So what goal 1 requires is the opportunity for citizens to be involved in all phases of the planning process. And with that, each county or city is required to have a citizen involvement program that does several things, including providing opportunities for that public involvement, a method to ensure that there's two-way communication between the public and decision makers. Again, having the public be involved in all phases of the planning process. And we will talk on our next slide a little bit more about what that is. It's the job of staff to be able to make technical information available and accessible to the public in an easy to understand format, to provide mechanisms so that the people who are governing body and our decision makers have the ability to respond to input that is coming from the public. It's the responsibility of the governing body to make sure that there's adequate financial support to ensure that public involvement effort. And then every local government is required to have a committee for citizen involvement, or a CCI. And here in Clatsop County, the Planning Commission has been designated as our CCI. One thing that Goal 1 does not require, and is not required in ORS, is that the county establish a planning commission. So I just wanted to kind of point that out, that's something that everybody talks about, but not necessarily under state statute is the county required to have a planning commission. So when we talk about land use decisions, the county has 5 different types of application processes or processes. The type 1s, which are over-the-counter development permits and things, are considered ministerial, and under ORS 197.015 subsection 10, those are not considered land use decisions. So those types of things do not require the public notice, the public comment period, and they are not able to be appealed up onto the Land Use Board of Appeals. What we're looking at in terms of land use actions would be things that the county calls either a type 2, a type 2A, a type 3, or a type 4 type of application. A type 2, it does require 10-day public notice and allows comments from the public during that 10-day period, which then will be entered into the record. It is considered a director's decision, so there is no public hearing. And what the table does is break down for the committee members and the Planning Commission what types of public input is available at each level of application type. So as we move up the chain to a type 2A, which would be a conditional use permit, it would require a public hearing. Again, there's public notice. We do a published ad in the newspaper. Type 3 and type 4 move up. Type 3 is more of your quasi-judicial. When we have, for the planning commissioners who have heard several cases about similar uses, those were type 3 public hearings. Again, we're required to do posting of the property. We're required to run public ads, send out public notices, obtain public comment. And then type 4 is similar to what we're doing today. This is a legislative process where we're actually changing a zoning ordinance or changing the comprehensive plan. And again, that goes through all levels of community engagement. So we do notices of public hearing when the ordinances are ready. We have public comment here, both at the beginning and end, and often during our Citizen Advisory Committee meetings. The Planning Commission has public comment at the beginning of their meetings, same with the Board of Commissioners. So this table is really just meant to give a breakdown of how we in Clatsop County are handling public participation at this time. The other thing I wanted to discuss, and Planning Commission Chair Gardner had requested that this be discussed at today's meeting, is there has been discussion at the Board of Commissioner work sessions about redrawing the planning area boundaries to be coterminous with the Commissioner district boundaries. So we have obviously 6 planning areas. We have 5 Commissioner districts. The Commissioner districts are redrawn every 10 years based upon the count in the decennial census. And the purpose of redrawing those boundaries every 10 years is to ensure that the representation is equally proportionate between the 5 Commissioner districts. So the Commission districts will change every 10 years. The planning areas were based primarily on a geographic basis, and then also dealing with issues of concern that were held in common in each of those areas. And I know that Susana touched on this a little bit earlier in her remarks, is that the committee that she's on is working with 2 planning areas. And while they're very comfortable and conversant with the issues that are happening in the LC Jewell planning area, they're less comfortable with the making plans for the residents in Seaside Rural, because they're just not as conversant in what's happening in that particular area of the county. So as I said, the board has discussed redrawing those boundaries. And the other thing that the board discussed in conjunction with Goal 1 is that they wanted to have increased opportunities, either through town hall meetings or other types of similar meetings outside of a Citizen Advisory Committee meeting, to be able to get input directly from the public on the land use planning process. And at that point, I will pause my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that there might be.
Wendy. I have a question. I heard. Okay, so I'm unmuted.
We can't hear you.
There we go. You can hear me. Great.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm sorry that I was muted. So I had Pat, Nadia, Cheryl, Susana, Chris. Pat, can you start us off? Questions about the material that Gail just presented?
Sure. So I guess I was just asking, is Gail looking for input to the comments that she just made now? And if so, I am just going to put those in the chat box and we can talk about it.
Okay. So Gail, are you looking for input on that material that you just presented?
You can certainly provide input. I think the issues that were discussed in my presentation are also addressed in the draft 3 of goal 1, and you can provide it at that time as well.
Thank you, Gail. Nadia?
Thank you, Director Henriksen, for providing that information. I attended both of those County Commission work sessions, and I myself was confused about what it meant without actually like printing out the maps and looking at them. And your map is better than my maps in that it lays them on top of each other. But I was wondering if there's a plan next time it goes back to the County Commission to really lay out to them what it means, because I feel like a couple of those members really know what it means and a couple of them do not.
Yeah, staff has been working with the county manager's office to schedule a larger chunk of time to meet with the commission to go more in depth into some of these, into the goals that we're looking at. I specifically have not planned out my presentation for October 6th, but certainly that the concerns, if any, are expressed here in this meeting, we can bring forward to the work session at that time.
Thank you.
Cheryl Johnson.
I was just needing clarification on the process. So at this point, Gail is going over goals 1, actually, I suppose goal 1 and 2 until lunch. And then there will be a separate time in which we will look at the policies and discuss them. And if we want to add or delete anything at that point, is that correct? So right now we're just doing big picture overview, and we will actually do discussion a bit farther down.
According to the agenda, following the overview on goal 1, then it's the committee and the planning commission is your scheduled agenda item is to review draft 3 of goal 1.
Does that answer your question, Cheryl?
So at this point, we should be making comments on draft 1 before she goes on to the overview on draft or on goal 2.
That was how it was placed in the agenda. If the committee members and the planning commission would like to revise the agenda, I will have the chair handle that motion.
I guess for clarification, Cheryl, you're just wondering if we're only commenting on things that Gail has just presented on, or if we have just opened the door to all of goal 1. Is that correct?
Precisely. Thank you for saying that clearly.
So Gail, I'll just pose that question to you. Do you think it's appropriate for people to give their input on all of goal 1 and not just what you've presented at this point?
Well, I really had just asked for questions about my presentation, but if the Planning Commission and the CAC members want to start review of draft 1, let me pull that up so that I can note your recommendations and changes as we move forward.
So thank you for bringing that up. Let me make sure I recognize, I know Chris and Susana had their hands up, and I see Jan now as well. let me make sure we get questions from them, just in case they're germane to what you just presented, and then we can go fully into goal 1, if that's okay. Chris, let me recognize you first, and then Susana, and then Jan.
Okay, I was wondering if there's an updated map of the commission districts that pertains to the new census data. And if so, if you could comment on whether the boundaries have shifted very much and what happens in the case of a boundary that might shift where the sitting commissioner isn't within that boundary any longer, if that's the case.
I have not been privileged to see what the proposed boundary redistricting looks like. I'm not sure that I understand the second part of your question, which if a boundary changes, a commissioner would still be within a boundary because there are 5 commissioners, there will be 5 boundaries. We are not eliminating any commission positions.
I think probably.
I understand that. That's an irrelevant part of it. I just wondered if there's an updated map, because if we're going to use, if there's a consideration of changing the boundaries for planning purposes to be consistent with the commission districts, then we need to know what those boundaries are exactly to understand whether they're logical or not.
My understanding is the county commission has not had hearings nor decided on new post-census boundaries. So we won't have that information available to us, certainly not today. Let's go to Susana and then Jan.
I want to comment. The Seaside County Commission boundary with the Gearhart, I'm forgetting that, I know Seaside is District 5, I believe, because I ran for it. So it's a crazy boundary in Seaside, but I guess that's mostly the incorporated Seaside. But I wanted to comment on public input, the written. Can any organization get a notice if they ask the county to notify them of any upcoming updates on the planning, on meetings, etc.?
Yes, we're happy to add anybody to the notification list. Susana, if you want to send me or tell me now the contact information or send it to me separately, I'd be happy to do that.
No, this is a theoretical question. And has there been talk about translation into Spanish, as they are definitely our biggest ethnic group in the county?
Are you talking specifically about the comprehensive plan or?
The notification, it would be interesting to do outreach to the Hispanic community and ask them about the necessity for translation, how they want to be in on the process. Because there are definitely Hispanic organizations and people that do outreach to them in the county. And I wanted to say that town hall meetings are very dependent, in my understanding, very dependent on all the information as presented. And what these meetings from the CACs do is have the information from county to be presented to us, and a lot of us have been tracking on these issues and bring a lot of knowledge to the table and give different views before we get consensus or vote on an issue. And I think that is the whole process that gets left out on a town hall unless our committees can present on the issues. It really depends on the presenters. And so in the concept of town hall, who would be the presenters?
Do you have any feedback on that comment, Gail?
I haven't had any specific direction from the board on how exactly they would like the town halls to be conducted. The process that we're using right now for the short-term rentals is that staff is presenting information, letting the public speak, and then that information is relayed to the Board of Commissioners either through a work session. We also post all the meeting videos online when the website is working, and those are available for anyone to watch at any time.
Thank you, Gail. Jan Mitchell?
I think we're getting into the weeds a little bit in terms of moving stuff along, but I'm curious. I just read Pat Corcoran's comment, and I agree with it strongly as somebody who's also done those kinds of meetings. But I'm wondering if in the discussion, and I'm sorry I didn't listen, did the commissioners, did the board give any help any understanding of why they want to change those boundaries? What are they trying to achieve by that? And then let's get going so we get through this this task today.
My understanding, and again, this is only my understanding of what I have heard at the work sessions, is that the board has looked and seen 6 different planning areas, but 5 commissioner districts. And obviously there's some overlap between where a commissioner district lies and where a planning area lies. And as I have understood the conversation at the work sessions, the concern was that constituents may not know which commissioner they should bring their concerns to, that perhaps there might be better public input if commissioners were able to hear directly from constituents within the planning area / district boundary. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. For the sake of capturing things for public comment, we've got some long posts in the chat, and I know we've got at least one individual on the phone, and I don't know, Gail, are these captured for the video recording? I don't believe they are, but maybe I'm mistaken.
The video does not capture the chat log, but there it does actually produce a chat log with the date and time stamp and the person's name and the comment.
Okay. I'll leave this to the group. Is there objection to me reading these comments so that people on the phone can be informed of what is being commented in the chat? If there is objection, then I won't read them and we can just move on. But otherwise, I'll read off the comments, the substantive comments that have been left here so that people on the phone or viewing the recording later can hear them. Is there objection to that notion? Okay, so I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can, but notably they are kind of long comments. So Pat Corcoran commented, the idea to change the planning regions to align with commissioner political boundaries seems like a bad idea. It does nothing to change the reality of public engagement or the planning process. It would, however, likely make the process more political than necessary. These boundaries will change every 10 years based on population, not land use relevant criteria. Recommendation, stay with the original regions. Town hall style meetings, I've facilitated hundreds of town hall style meetings during my career. In this context, they are more useful for letting people blow off steam and less useful for eliciting input to land use planning activities. Land use planning is complicated. Few Clatsop residents are fluent enough in the field to offer the kind of focused information that county needs without guidance, myself included. Additional town halls are fine, but CAC type work sessions are a difficult but necessary mechanism, especially for the plan update. Second comment, the idea to, is that the same comment, Pat?
Same thing. I'm sorry. I posted it multiple times.
No problem. Well, I'm glad I only need to read one then. So thank you. I'll also say that Naomi Gardner left a comment to say, I like the idea of providing Spanish translation on mailed notices. Thank you all for your patience on that. Gail, unless you have other material to cover, is it appropriate for us to now move into responses or feedback on the draft of Goal 1?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. So I'll open the floor for, personally, I would recommend that if people feel strongly about things, that they make a motion for us to give feedback in a particular way, or us to recommend a particular change, and then we can have discussion on that motion. Of course, it's up to you. If you all just want to bring something up and talk about it, that's fine. But especially in terms of time and effectiveness of us communicating discrete ideas to the county commissioners and to staff, I think motion and discussion is our best method. Is there any feedback from the floor on Goal 1, the draft proposal as presented? I do see Charles, you came off mute. Is that a should I take that as a signal that you would like to speak?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, so I'm just going to say I've got Charles and then Jim. I'll take you in that order. Charles?
Yeah, so I would certainly like to make a motion to retain permanently the Citizens Advisory Committees as they're currently constituted. As I mentioned earlier, and I won't dwell on it too much, but the Southwest Coastal Citizens Advisory Committee has actually been functioning for almost 40 years until it was disbanded. And by and large, the consensus of pretty much everybody in the community was it was doing a great job. And there was quite a hue and cry when a proposal came to disband it from the Board of Commissioners, and we had overwhelming support to not do that, but it got done anyway.
I second that motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Charles, thank you. Let me restate the motion as I understand it. The motion is, and we have a second, to retain the CACs as currently constituted permanently is the recommendation that you would like to put forward.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion and a second to maintain permanently the CACs as currently constituted. That is as of now, not necessarily as constituted within the draft document. We've got a second from Pat Corcoran. Can we have discussion on that motion? I'll recognize hands or people coming off mute as I see them. I see Nadia and then Jim. I'll recognize other hands as I see them. Nadia?
As I outlined in my letter, which I don't think got sent around to folks, but maybe it did. Got a little confusing in the last 24 hours here, but I'm just recognizing the discussion about the Columbia River and the state line, and noting that actually with the commissioner districts, one good thing is that the Northeast actually does extend to that state line. It's funny, it's only there, not in the rest of the Columbia River, and definitely not in the ocean. So one suggestion that I made that might be in some ways a compromise position is just that the planning areas, that the planning areas be used as the units, but also they be extended out to the state line. So on the ocean units, then they would go out to the 3 nautical mile line, which you can see actually not on this map, but on page 2 of the comp plan update draft. And then in the Columbia up to the state line. And then also I heard conversation in previous meetings about the Clatsop Plains planning area, not including the unincorporated areas north of Warrenton. So making sure that those are also included. And then that goes up to the Columbia River line as well as out to the ocean. So I know that complicates things a little, but I would like to, of course, support the planning areas continuing and the community advisory committees continuing, but also considering those two changes. Well, I guess they'd be 3 changes: out to the ocean line, up to the state line in the Columbia, and including the unincorporated areas around Warrenton that are currently orphaned.
Okay, I've got Jim, and I see a hand from Robert now as well. So Jim, and I'll lightly chastise Nadia here that if we're not making an amendment, let's try to keep our comments germane to the motion at hand, which is to retain the planning areas as currently constituted. Jim, do you have comment on the motion?
Yes, I do. It appears to me like the information that we received on Goal 1 was really somehow misconstrued what the board actually meant. On June 15th, if you look at either the minutes or you actually listen to the entire conversation, they agreed with the planning director's scenario 3, which in the comments that I had sent around, these are straight from the minutes. Let's see, combined the countywide CAC and a planning commission to complete review of existing policies and goals 1 through 19. The joint CAC/PC meetings would occur once per month. And in the third bullet is utilize the planning area citizens advisory committee to focus solely on updating their respective community plans. Now, those are the ones that was during a work session, but those are the ones that the planning commissioners chose to utilize as we go forward. Now, what the packet that we received, the deletion of the Citizens Advisory Committee, I'm not too sure what happened. Maybe the planning director can address that, but it seems like it was just some kind of an honest oversight. Thank you.
I'll give an opportunity here in case, Gail, process-wise, do you care to address any of that, of what Jim just said? And then I've got a comment from Robert and Cheryl.
Yeah, so the work session that was held on June 15th was to address the structure and the schedule for completing this comprehensive plan update. If you go back to the minutes and the video of the August 3rd and the September 15th work sessions, as we moved forward from June 15th, and this scenario is only for the process of completing the comprehensive plan update and the community plans. The board has been clear, as I've understood them, on August 3rd and September 15th, that once this process is completed, during at least the discussion they have had to date, and this can change in the future, but to date, that they preferred not to keep the citizen advisory committees as they are constituted today. And in lieu of that, they wanted to have more town hall style meetings and the opportunities to hear input on the land use planning process directly from constituents in some sort of meeting outside of a citizen advisory committee. So there was no oversight, there was no intentional misstatement. This is what the board has said to staff at 2 different work sessions following June 15th.
Thank you for that clarification, Gail. So I have now Robert, Cheryl, and Pat. Robert?
And Gail's comment addressed what I needed to hear, was that whether it was done informally in a work session, the board had made it clear they wanted the CACs to disappear as soon as the comp plan had been updated.
Okay, thank you, sir. Cheryl?
Three things. First of all, our discussion about whether or not the CACs, the boundaries would be changed to match the county commissioners, I think we jumped ahead of ourselves a little bit. That is actually addressed in Goal 2, Objective 1, Policy C, specifically eliminates those 6 geographic areas. So I would suggest that for right now, we not discuss the geographic areas as merging with county commissioners, until we get to goal 2. Secondly, I strongly support the motion to retain the CACs in their current format. The CACs were specifically designed to represent the rural voices in our county in the planning process. And I can't speak for all of the CACs, but in the Northeast, I feel like that we have a very nice representation of the citizens of Northeast CAC, or the residents in that case. We have old people and young people. We have people like me who helped write the very first draft of this plan 100 years ago, and we have people who are new to the planning process. We have small independent farmers. We have farmers who are 3rd generation and farming hundreds of acres. I feel like that, and I can't speak for the others, but at least on the Northeast CAC, we really do have a rural flavor. We really do represent the people of our community and the diversity there. I strongly support the motion to keep the CACs. And seems like there was a third one, but it went out of my brain. Oh well.
Cheryl, just to address your first point, I'm keeping this motion as germane to goal 1 because at least in objective 1, while you're correct that goal 2 lays out the specific areas, objective 1 does mention the CACs in at least 3 points. So I think this is germane to that section at the very least, if that makes sense.
Oh, I remembered my third one. I would be very glad to hear a motion after this vote from Nadia on changing on extending the geographic out into the river and the ocean, but we'll wait for that one.
Okay, thank you. I believe I have Pat next.
I'll pass at this time, thanks.
Okay. I want to invite, because there was a little back and forth in the chat about reading comments. I want to invite Chris Farrar. You put a comment that I think is germane to this discussion in the chat. Would you care to communicate briefly your comment so that I don't need to read it for you?
Yes, I'm sorry. You know, I don't think I don't have it in front of me now to read, but the comment pretty much just mirrors the general concepts that were included in Pat Corcoran's comment, and that is that the commissioners' boundaries of their districts is based around population and making a balance between the number of voters in each district. And so it has a very different purpose than land use planning. The idea of these land use planning areas was that they were trying to break up the county into regions, geographical regions that had certain similar characteristics in terms of the type of terrain, the type of boundary. Does it face the ocean? Does it face the Columbia River, or is it internal? Is it primarily forested, or is there a coastal plain included? And those kinds of considerations, and the communities that are within them with their own particular interests and concerns, those are what the criteria were for establishing those planning areas. And it's very different than just trying to divide up the county fairly for representation purposes on the commissioner's board. So I strongly support keeping the planning districts as unique to the planning endeavor and not wrap it into a quasi-political kind of division. And while I'm at it, I'll throw in my support for Nadia's 3 new areas that were kind of orphaned out of our original plan to include those. So that's it. Sorry to run off the mouth here, but I'm kind of a long talker.
All right. Okay, any other comments for the group or call to the question? John?
Yes. Well, unfortunately, I'm not privy to the work session comments of the Board of Commissioners, but I'm wondering, since the topic is, goal one and public involvement, was there some reason or reasoning stated by the commissioners in advancing the dilution or elimination of the CACs that structure discouraged somehow others in those districts from being heard or participating or speaking? Because it seems right now you have people that are committed, active, and informed, and you don't want to discourage or turn them out in lieu of a theoretical or imaginary group of people who, I guess up to now, if the CACs work or leave the door open to others' involvements or comments, would just weaken goal one, participation by the public. That's my comment.
Gail, do you have additional feedback beyond what you said before about them wanting to align constituent services, essentially?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat?
Okay, so from my personal perspective, I'm seeing the elephant in a living room that has generated the need for this motion and the town hall meetings and everything going on. As I watched the videos, I saw a county commissioner say that she didn't see her constituents' voices in the draft language. And that's definitely not okay. And so I looked into that. And I mean, the candidate is a proud Timber Unity candidate that didn't understand that timber voices are not only heard in Goal 4, but they are codified in state law and unchangeable by anybody in Clatsop County. Now, I'm hoping with the deeper understanding of the voices that are in fact reflected in this comp plan update, that the whole desire to align with political boundaries, get rid of the CACs, and basically narrow down what should be a widespread community involvement. I'm hoping that with this learning on everybody's part, that we will see the voices are in fact there, and there's no need to throw a wrench in the process and change the boundaries when understanding that voices are in fact heard.
I know I've got Charles off mute and Susana has raised a hand. I just want to, and I'm gonna say this for the sake of this discussion and future discussions. I'm gonna lightly chastise Pat for some of that comment I think was not really on the strength of this particular motion or not. But I also want to say that if you have comment that either reinforces or duplicates previous comment, if you're just wanting to agree with something, I think for the most part that's not necessary. We'll go to a vote and you can support or oppose things as they are. Let's try to keep comments to things that are new points of discussion on the motion. So Charles, were you coming off mute to make a comment on the motion? And can I?
No, I was just going to call the question.
Okay. Is there any opposition to calling the question at this time? Susana, do you have opposition to us going to a vote on this at this time?
Once again, I think that you need to be clear when you're going to call the question. What is the question? And repeat the motion.
Sure, I can do that. So the movement on the motion on the floor is to call the question, but he wants to call the question on the motion to maintain permanently the CACs, the Citizen Advisory Committee areas, as currently constituted. So the 6 CACs that we have at this time. So that would have, I will say as an aside, that will have broad impact if we make that motion. I would read that motion to say that in both Goal 1 and Goal 2, where there are mentions of changes to the CAC, or say on what we've got on the screen, deletion of the CAC in policy through C here, and moving it to the Plan Commission, that we're registering opposition to those items being changed. That's my reading of this motion. So that's what we would be calling the question on, is whether we want to go to a vote or whether we want to have more discussion on that motion. Is that clear?
Yes.
Folks? Thank you. Jim, do you have opposition to the call to the question? Well, I don't hear you, Jim, even though you appear to be off mute. I'm sorry, you'll put it in chat? Okay. I will pause for a second here to see what Jim had in chat. And I will also say, as an aside, so Gail, thank you for capturing that notion that I put on this as far as goal 1 and 2. I'm saying that in terms of, I think, for the sake of workflow for this group, if we're making a broad statement like we want to keep the CACs, that I'm making the assumption, and I'm thinking that staff should make the assumption, that we're talking about any part of this document as presented, that's goals 1 through 4, that mention that particular topic. So, you know, if you make future motions that are also germane to several goals, I'm assuming you're trying to speak to all of them. And just a reminder, I'm just waiting for a chat message from Jim. So Jim is saying, please make a distinction between standing CAC committee after the comprehensive plan is completed and eliminating the CAC now in the motion. So my understanding, and Charles or anyone who cares to correct me, my understanding is that that this comment is pertaining to the planning area citizen advisory committees that exist for the sake of the comprehensive plan update and the standing Southwest Citizen Advisory Committee that functions outside of this process. I could be wrong about that, but that would be my reading of this. I don't know that that's explicit in the motion.
So
Okay.
the Chair Davis, just to clarify, the Southwest Coastal Planning Area does not have a separate standing committee that's outside of this process. That committee was dissolved by the board in 2017.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Gail. Let me ask again, is there any objection to us going to the question? Okay, I'm seeing no hands, hearing no objection at this time. So let's go ahead to the vote on the motion. And again, that motion, as communicated on the screen here in the note by Gail, the motion by Charles Dice to permanently retain the CACs as currently constituted, and with the understanding that this would apply to both goals 1 and 2. If the group is comfortable with it, I'll try to do voice votes. If there's sort of any division at all, I'll go to actual roll call vote. But let's do a voice vote on this. So all those in favor of the motion to permanently retain CACs as currently constituted signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All of those opposed to the motion to permanently retain CACs as currently constituted, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, I heard only one nay in that, so I don't think that's significant division. So I'm going to call that as the ayes have it. Again, if there's dissent from the group, you're free to make that clear, and then we can have a roll call vote. But I believe the ayes have it. Okay, thank you for the discussion on that motion. Let me open the floor again. Are there additional motions or discussion on goal 1? I believe Jim Allegria, you had your hand up previous to Charles. Nadia, I do recognize that you've got sort of a thing in the hopper here, but I want to recognize Jim first since he did have his hand up before I recognize Charles to begin with. Jim? I'm sorry, I still can't hear you, Jim. Can you nod if it's okay for me to go to Nadia and then we can come back to yours if you're putting it in chat? Okay, you have no comment. Thank you. Nadia.
I wanted to take a step back to just the first page of objectives and policies, page 5, and just acknowledge that you know, these goals, it's like you have an opportunity to kind of be sweeping and lofty, or you can get into the weeds pretty quickly, and the objectives and policies kind of get into the weeds pretty quickly, like you know, talking about what social media platforms we're going to be using to communicate to the public, which is fine, but I want to recognize we could keep this big and lofty, and then later staff can work with the different committees to like really determine what tools are the best tools to use to do those things. So I just want to recognize a significant change, which is policy A. I think it's the addition, you know, of course, the county commission is the, you know, the leaders in the Clatsop County organization, and so they certainly have, you know, much power over how this all goes, and so they add in, you know, that they're going to, it says the Board of Commissioners will work with the public to determine the optimal forum for the Committee for Citizen Involvement. And then later in the document, it talks about this new citizen involvement plan, which I think is a great idea. I think we should have a citizen involvement plan. And so then the question is, like how, it's the program for public involvement is what it's now called instead of the community engagement plan. But then the question is like, you know, who are the right people to be working on that? And I think it's wonderful to have the county commission involved in that. I also think it's wonderful for the planning commission to have involvement in that. And so I just want to make that comment. And then a secondary comment on that is, so there's a lot of discussion about town halls. I think it would be good, a good thing in terms of kind of like a compromise position in this is that we're saying, yes, we want the CACs to continue, but we also encourage town halls. They already happen, but maybe we should put in here somewhere, and I'll leave it to someone else if we need to make a motion around that. But you know, I think we're going to work out all those details in that program for public involvement, but maybe because we're acknowledging the one tool, which is the CACs, maybe we also acknowledge the other tool so that that voice, that the importance of that tool is heard in this document.
So I'm gonna put in my 2 cents on this process-wise. I have privately made my opposition to some of the changes in this draft that came from what I perceived as one commissioner. I've privately made my voice heard about, I think, that not being good process. And I think the same here. While I value your opinion, Nadia, I think that if we want to have changes made to this document or encourage direction one way or another, we should have the voice of the group behind that or not. So frankly, I would encourage Gail to disregard those comments unless we have a motion that says that the group agrees with them. And that's nothing against you. That's just, you've been the first person to come up to that line. And so I think we should speak with one voice or not speak if we can manage to do that process-wise. Does that make sense? And again, I don't, you're in the lucky position of me being to speak that on your comment, but. Do you want to respond?
Waiting for me? I guess, it's a different meeting style than I'm used to. I'm just like, making a comment, seeing whether people agree with me. If so, then yeah, let's put together a motion on it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm frantically trying to do that now.
Okay. Pat.
And I'm fine with additional town hall style meetings and facilitated by commissioners. I have no problem with that. What I see that though was in exchange for having community groups that are nascent in the regions that, like a pilot light, can be re-engaged for various planning activities. So I'm fine adding it to the CAC structure, but not instead of.
I have Charles and then Susana.
Yeah, so my comment is that as an example, our Southwest CAC is holding town halls, 3 town halls in the October, November, December, specifically to update our comprehensive plan and in order to better get local input to these local town halls. However, I don't, as I think Pat or somebody commented earlier, I don't view a town hall as being capable of doing the things that the CACs are doing. It does tend to be a place where people let off steam. What's missing for me in these goals, and it's right out of the state statute. Item number 2 says effective two-way communication with the public. And for me, that is something that is absolutely missing in any of the discussions with the Board of Commissioners. So I don't hear the Board of Commissioners engaging in a dialogue with the public. Typically, they allow 2 minutes for people to say what they're going to say. There's no response, no contemporary response most of the time from the board. I would certainly like to see a process as we're defining it here in these draft comments. I would certainly like to see a process that requires a two-way communication of some sort. Thanks.
Thank you, Charles. Susana.
I totally agree with that last bit from Charles about a two-way conversation. I want to point out that the county commission districts by population include incorporated areas, and these CACs are representing the rural county areas, and that is not an equal comparison at all when you're looking at how do we look at the county.
Thank you, Susana. Gail.
Yes, if I could, Charles, if you could please clarify something that you said, because I think you may have misspoken. You stated that your Southwest CAC was holding town hall meetings in October, November, and December. And I think you may have meant to say that it was the community club. Could you please clarify?
Yeah, sorry, thanks for that, Gail. You're absolutely right. It is the community club that is hosting the town hall meetings, but the express purpose of the town hall meeting is to get public input on the proposed updates to the Southwest Community Comprehensive Plan. So it is being formed and held and run and managed by the community club.
Thank you, Gail, for seeking, and Charles for providing that clarification. Any other comments or motions from the group? Jan.
I think we do have consensus that we believe that both town halls, which allow people to voice their concerns, their opinions, seat of the pants observations, are important, and that it's important to have a ongoing, thoughtful review of planning process in the rural areas. So if we could, put a non-offensive way of saying that to the Board of Commissioners, it would be worth our efforts, because it seems to me that nearly all of our comments agree with that.
Thank you, Jan. Nadia, I'm going to recognize you because it looks like you've got a motion in chat, but I want you to have the chance to put it out loud, and I don't think I've got anybody in the queue in front of you.
Yeah, I was trying to do another one too. I just thought it would be easier if I typed it out first, but the town hall one I haven't gotten to yet. So I'll just do my first one, which is starting at the beginning of the document. The addition from the County Commission work session, well, really from the Commissioner Bangs, I think, suggestion is that policy A says that the County Commission will determine who will be the committee for citizen involvement currently in planning and community development, as Director Henriksen has clarified, that it's really the citizen involvement around planning and community development. And so currently the Planning Commission is that body, and the suggestion is that the County Commission is exploring that it not be that body. And I think later in the future goals, it talks about a new committee instead of the Planning Commission, or that the County Commission themselves take on that role. And so I am making a motion that policy A be changed to: the Board of Commissioners shall work with the Planning Commission and the general public to develop a program for public involvement, including determining the optimal form for the committee for citizen involvement.
Okay.
Second motion.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. You can hopefully view it on your screen. But the motion is that the Board of Commissioners shall work with the Planning Commission and the general public to develop a program for public involvement, including determining the optimal form for the Committee for Citizen Involvement. And that's relevant to Policy A, Objective 1 of Goal 1. Okay, so Nadia, unless you have further discussion, I think you introduced the motion fairly well. Is there other discussion from the floor on this motion? Chris?
It has not been seconded, has it?
It has. I got a second from Cheryl Johnson.
Just quickly, I'd like to say that I support the motion, except that I would like something added that allows for public input during this process. I've seen a great deal of this whole comp plan discussion being carried out in work sessions, which begin at the County Commission level with the statement that in general, no public input is taken during the work sessions. So if this is going to be a work session, joint work session between Planning Commission and the County Commissioners, that's unacceptable if there's no public input on that. And so the public needs to be involved from the very start. That's key in Goal 1 of state planning. And if we don't honor that, then this comp plan will not be accepted by the state. So somehow we got to put in a little wording to let the public in at the very beginning.
Chris, okay, thank you for your comment. I would recommend either for you or for future commenters, if you have substantive changes, I think we can accept primary amendments to motions, like if you wanted to note that dialogue should take place in a full commissioner meeting, or I don't know what you would want, right? But I think an amendment is acceptable for things. I think going down the rabbit hole of tertiary and further amendments is problematic for us for time. But thank you for the comment. I'm just trying to provide useful guidance if we want to include those notions. Any other discussion on the motion on the floor, which is the policy A be changed to read the Board of Commissioners shall work with the Planning Commission and the general public to develop a program for public involvement, including determining the optimal forum for the Committee of Citizen Involvement. Any other discussion on that? If not, we can take this to a vote. So let's try voice vote again. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, which is that policy A be changed to the Board of Commissioners shall work with the public, or excuse me, with the Planning Commission and the general public to develop a program for public involvement, including determining the optimal forum for the Committee for Citizen Involvement. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to the motion signify by saying nay. Lam,
Nay.
I just want to check, Lam, that was a vote in the affirmative, correct? An aye? Yeah, yes. Sorry, I don't know if I was speaking over you. I just want to check one more time, Lam, you were voting yes.
That was a yes for me.
Thank you, sir. I just didn't hear clearly the first time. And then I believe I heard one vote in opposition. I just want to make sure, let me call that vote again to make sure I didn't get confused, because I had some cross traffic there. So all those opposed to the motion, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe the ayes have it. So the motion passes. I want to give a little time check here. I've got 10:47 by my clock. I want to remind the group that we have until by our agenda till 12:30 to discuss both goals 1 and 2. So I just want to bring it up to your consciousness that we're negotiating this time between those two goals. So if you feel that we have more to cover on goal 1, by all means, let's do it. But we also have material in goal 2 to cover. Okay, let me just open the floor. Are there other items for discussion or motions on goal 1? Nadia.
Okay, here's my second motion, and there was some typos here, so I apologize for that in the chat. So I move that objective 2, policy C, be changed to Clatsop County shall encourage open attendance and participation by all people at Planning Commission and Citizen Advisory Committee meetings and town halls. And then maybe new sentence, the county shall explore and incorporate new technologies and processes to obtain broad public input.
Okay. Is there a second for the motion?
I second that.
So I have a motion, and I'll read it back again with a second. That is a motion that objective 2, policy C, be changed to read Clatsop County shall encourage open attendance and participation by all people at Planning Commission and Citizen Advisory Committee meetings and town halls, and shall explore and incorporate new technologies and processes to obtain broad public input. Is there, Nadia, you didn't introduce this one like you did the last one, so you get first crack at discussion.
Sorry, I just fixed that last section so that it's a new sentence. So the county shall explore and incorporate blah, blah, blah.
Without objection, can we change the last sentence to and the county, or excuse me,
Not and the county, just the county shall explore.
Thank you.
So it's not a run-on sentence there, yeah.
Any objection to that change to the motion on the floor as a Scrivener's change? Okay. Hearing no objection, Nadia, would you care to introduce the motion for our discussion?
I have no comments. I feel like it's been discussed enough.
Okay. Is there discussion from the floor on the motion?
I guess the question I have is there a budget for the public process and the public planning process? One of the things of the statewide is it has to be adequately funded, and I guess the question to Gail about is what kind of budget might there be to do what Nadia has proposed?
John, I will note that I can hear your newspaper or whatever it is here. No problem. Gail?
Without seeing the specifics of what this policy would entail, I can't speak to whether or not there's adequate budget at this time.
Is there a budget, line item budget for the public involvement process?
There is not a separate line item budget for the public involvement process.
Any other questions, discussion, etc., for the motion on the floor? Seeing no discussion, I think we can move to a vote. So let me just reread the motion again. So the motion is that we change or encourage the change to Objective 2, Policy C, to read, Clatsop County shall encourage open attendance and participation by all people at Planning Commission and Citizen Advisory Committee meetings and town halls. The county shall explore and incorporate new technologies and processes to obtain broad public input. So if you're in support of that, we'll ask for a yes vote, and if you oppose it, a no vote. We'll do voice vote again. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to the motion on the table signify by saying nay.
Nay.
I believe the ayes have it, so the motion passes. Thank you for the motion and discussion. We'll return to the floor. Is there any other input, motions, or discussion for Goal 1? I'll just ask one more time to make sure any more input on Goal 1. Pat?
I mean, so Goal 1 is very important public process. As we are entering this comp plan process, we had Goal 1 processes that in the middle of the process have been changed. And as I described, I wonder if people's positions haven't changed as we've all learned about the nature of the comprehensive plan. And a lot of these Goal 1, what I call narrowing down of the widespread public input, I think might be vestiges of that concern that turned out not to be founded. I'm always looking back at old videos, and people's positions may well have changed. So as far as Goal 1, this is the biggest one for me in order to have public involvement and voices in the ongoing processes. I would also just say that the county level CAC that I'm part of in terms of moving forward is probably the least useful given the Planning Commission. So in terms of Goal 1, I think there is a very solid structure and process. And I think that the notion is to get diverse voices within the structures we have and not just toss the structures. So the comments that come following this goal have a lot to do with what the lack of public process resulted in the deletions. So a lot of deletions happen in the following goals, and I'm pointing back to Goal 1 as being kind of the crux of that. So the problems I have with the changes in the following goals come back to Goal 1. And so I may well be circling back to this as we go forward.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Any other discussion on Goal 1? Charles, or actually, let me first, Lam, I saw you just come off mute. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, sorry, pardon the interruptions. I have to duck out for about 30 to 40 minutes, and I'll be back after that. Thank you.
I believe we'll still be here. Thank you, sir, for letting me know. Charles, it looks like you have a motion that you'd like to advance on the floor.
Yes, I would. For policy F and policy G that talks about posting information on land use permits or supporting a email notification system for land use related hearings and so on. It may already be included, but I just like to be specific that we would like to see all types, type 1 through 4, be posted and notified.
And let me ask a clarifying question on that. And I think Gail is noting this in the correct place, but just because you just said policy F and G, that's objective 1, policy F and G, correct?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay. And Gail, can you clarify whether or not that is the case at the moment? Do these apply to all of types 1 through 4 based on, I know you reviewed this on your chart earlier, but can you clarify the group what the status quo is?
Yes, the county currently posts all permits on the Acela website, which is an e-permitting system that's through the State Building Codes Division. So that is currently being done. Type 1 permits are considered ministerial under ORS and are not considered land use decisions. Staff would be opposed, and I'm not sure even under state statute if we could require those to go out for public notice as a type 1 and a public comment period. The board would ultimately have to change the code, I believe, to change those to at least a type 2 procedure, which would be a conditional use and would require a permit. A public comment period. And so that would affect everything from an electrical permit to a single family house, if you were building a shed, if you were, I'm trying to think of some other examples, building a shop at your house, adding a bathroom to your house, all of those would then have to go through a public comment period. Policy G, let's see, so we have right now, the way our notification system works, there is a Clatsop alerts sign up where you can go on and voluntarily sign up for notices about land use planning. The staff also keeps internal lists like we do for the short-term rentals where people just say, hey, sign me up and please notify me when something's going on, which we do. So both of those are currently being done.
Okay. Charles, yeah.
Yeah, so just to thanks Gail for that clarification, and just to be clear, I am not asking for to make a type 1 public comment or hearing or anything of that sort. This was just simply letting people know what's going on. And still keep it within the confines of the type 1, which is an over-the-counter approval. Just notify people of the fact that that application has hit the county and put it up on a website is fine for me.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'm sorry, Chair, could the motion be clarified, please, or repeated?
Sure. So I'll read the motion as I've got it, and then if we need clarification. So I've got a motion by Charles Dice that in policy F and G that all permits. Actually, I don't think the motion said permits, but that for policy F and G that permits and notifications should be included for type 1 through type 4 processes. Is that capturing the motion as you want it to be captured, Charles?
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
And does that provide substantive clarification for you, Gail? Is it clear what the motion is asking for staff if it goes forward?
It is clear. I will state on the record, though, that staff is opposed to that for type 1.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second from the floor for this motion? I'll just call again. Do we have a second for the motion? So in this case, I believe that motion dies for lack of a second. So I'll put it back to the floor. Do we have any other motions or discussion on goal 1? I'll ask one more time just to make sure. Any other motions or discussion on goal 1? Okay, so if we've got none, then I think it's appropriate for us to move on to goal 2. I want to get a quick check with the group. You know, we've all been sitting for a little while, etc., except for Chris, who's wisely stretching. Anyone want to take a bathroom break for 5 minutes or anything before we come back and review goal 2? Is that acceptable to the group? Any objection to us taking a 5-minute break and then coming back at 11:06 to resume? Okay, hearing no objection, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you, everyone.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, Gail. Hope everyone is a bit refreshed by just getting up and moving around. So we will get started again on goal 2, land use planning. Gail, do you have introductory remarks for goal 2?
I do, thank you. All right, so goal 2 is specifically about land use planning, which seems a little ironic because the whole comprehensive plan is about land use planning, but this one goes in depth into those areas. So goal 2, statewide planning goal 2, is divided into 2 parts. Part 1 basically says every government is required to have a comprehensive plan, and we also have to have the implementing ordinances to support the objectives and policies in the comprehensive plan. Part 1 also requires that the county's comprehensive plan comply and be in compliance with each of the applicable statewide planning goals. And here in the county, 18 of the 19 statewide planning goals do apply. And so our original comprehensive plan that was adopted by the board in 1980 did go through several revisions before it was finally acknowledged by the Department of Land Conservation and Development in September of 1984. And when a plan is formally acknowledged, it means that it's been reviewed at the state level for compliance with each of those statewide planning goals. Every time we amend our comprehensive plan, it has to go back up to the state level and have that review again to make sure that we're staying consistent with the statewide planning goals. Part 2 gets a little more into the weeds because it talks a lot about how you take an exception from one of the statewide planning goals. So if you have a situation where you feel that your local government or jurisdiction cannot comply, or that one of the statewide planning goals really isn't applicable, there is a process that you can go through to take what's called a goal exception. And there are 3 different types of goal exceptions. One is where you have actual physical development that's occurred on the land, and so you really do not have that land available to meet your goal. So an example of this, we have done several goal 3 and goal 4 exceptions to agricultural land or forest land when the original comprehensive plan was updated, where houses and other types of development had already occurred, and obviously the county wasn't going to go take somebody's land, tear down the houses, and then say now it's going to be agricultural land. So in those cases, the physical improvements were already in place at the time the goal became applicable, and the county said, we're sorry, but for this reason, we're asking for a goal exception, which was approved. The second way that you take a goal exception is when you have land that's committed to uses that are not allowed under the goal. And because of those existing uses, that would make trying to apply the land or apply the goal impracticable. So that's usually when you've got some surrounding uses surrounding a piece of property where you may want to take an exception, where you won't be able to achieve outcome of the goal or what the goal is trying to do just because of the uses that are surrounding something. The third is called a reasons exception. And reasons exception. So that's basically where you are saying for these reasons, and we'll talk about housing as an example. If the county wanted to take an exception to be able to put housing in an area where housing is not normally permitted under a goal, we would have to be able to justify that there was not any other place within an incorporated area or an urban growth boundary, or we had some sort of housing needs analysis that was compelling that the only place that we could put additional housing and needed to take this goal exception is in a particular area. So I'm going to stop right there for a moment. Does anybody have any questions about part 1 and part 2 of statewide planning goal 2?
Questions for this slide? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Gail, so I think you can continue.
Okay, so in the county, we have taken, as I said, exceptions to goal 3, which is agricultural lands, goal 4, forest lands, goal 5, which is the potpourri goal of open space, wildlife habitat, and a million other things. Goal 14, which is urbanization, goal 16, which is estuarine resources, and goal 18, which is beaches and dunes. And so when we have had our 2 work sessions with the Board of Commissioners on August 3rd and September 15th, we did already talk about the desire of the board or the comments of the board to look at redrawing the boundaries of the planning areas to be coterminous with the district boundaries. One of the policy questions staff also asked the board for direction on had to do with the issue of climate change and the framework with which we would address that in the comprehensive plan. As I have understood the discussion, and this is coming from the September 15th meeting work session, was that the words climate change would appear in the comprehensive plan, but that they did need to be tied to science and to demonstrate a clear cause and effect between policies that were proposed. And again, this is my understanding of the board discussion. So I will pause there for any additional questions.
Questions or comments on this slide? Susana.
On the goals, I'm sorry, you changed the picture, but the number 3 that was on the last one, I'm assuming that that was used for the land above Seaside. Is it true that that used to be a lot more forestry land and that's been now opened up to moving basically Seaside out of a tsunami zone?
So Susana, are you asking if the reasons justification was used for alternative development of forestry land in that case? I just want to clarify the question there.
Yes, that last one that was on the prior screen was used.
Okay.
And I mean, am I correct that there was some forest use land that is now being used? I know the school was moved and there's more development up on the hills.
Yeah, Susana, I'm not familiar with the process that Seaside went through to complete their school project. It was done before I got here, so I would actually need to go back and review their file to figure out what was done.
I think with hazard planning, tsunami planning, it may be an issue in the future.
Okay. And any other Gail, do you care to return to your second slide, or I guess maybe it's your third one, but any other questions for this slide about the board discussion and exceptions on particular goals? Okay, I think we can move on then, Gail. Oh, did you have one more slide or was that it?
No, that's for goal 3.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, and Susanna, I think Nadia put a comment in chat relevant to your previous question. So let's enter into conversation about goal 2. Again, I just want to say as an aside, I think the first discussion we had on goal 1, I'm happy with anyway. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think it was nice that we essentially ended up with, my recollection, 3 motions that are pretty concise and clear about what the group might have wanted. That's a good amount for the Board of Commissioners to digest about your thoughts on goal 1. I would also say for the discussion in planning goal 2, unless there's something new and different about something like the CAC areas, because I know that comes up again in this goal, I would think that that was covered by the motion that was made in the previous section. So I don't know that we need to talk about the CAC section again, unless there's something new and different in the commentary. But I would invite motions or discussion on goal 2 at this time. I see a hand from Pat.
So conversation, and again, these first 2 goals are real similar and there's a lot of overlap. Excuse me, let me gather. With regard to the CACs that I was talking about before, and that we have already voted that the CAC structure is a good thing and that we should keep it. I would also comment that the membership of those CACs is not written in stone. I think the structure is proper to have the geographic representation, but I think it's also fair to say that the personalities of many of these regions kind of dominate sometimes and through the years. You know, this place is run by those who show up. So I think the solution is to encourage new voices to participate in the CAC type structure, and that commissioners and others who want to make sure voices are heard funnel people into the CAC structure. You know, it's not a club with limited membership. It shouldn't be. So it should be more open and solicit participation into those regional structures. I wouldn't want what we voted was the same people in the same regions, you know, always do the same stuff. I think that was part of the concern. But again, I like the structure, and then just populate it with multiple voices so everybody's voices are heard. That's it.
Do you have a motion to that extent, Pat, or was that just commentary?
At this point, that's just commentary, unless someone can help frame a motion that would say that. It seems to me self-evident that the CACs are a revolving rotation of people that are populating them. If you look over time, it's probably not been very much turnover, despite staff and commissioners' efforts to get more people involved in the CAC, especially for this plan update. I don't know that there's a measure, but that inherent in the CACs is that they are a rotating membership of people, and the pot needs to be stirred within the CAC structure, the only thing I'd say.
All right, thank you. Further discussion or motions on goal 2? Susanna.
On the prior screen, the issue of climate change was brought up, and I'm not sure how it is relevant to the discussion right here, but the benchmarks to be met to discuss climate change can be controversial. There's a lot of controversy over, is a weather event tied to climate change or not? It's just one example. I thought the county commission said that they would defer to state policy on climate change, and considering the state group set up by Governor Brown to establish climate change policy. I thought what was happening last, maybe July, was very robust. I sent it to Gail. I would like, Gail, could you send that? Does everybody have that document?
I'm not sure if it was.
I'm sorry, Susanna, I'm not certain which document you're referring to.
I had emailed you the state committee. I'm not sure if it was a committee, but Governor Brown set up something to review climate change, and it was a very long document. I can resend it. If indeed we are going to, as a county, defer to state, I think it's something that we should all see. It's a work in progress.
So I think I want to clarify for the group and make sure that we are on the same page on this. Gail, I got from your communication just now that in fact the notion that you had captured from the county commissioners was not exactly that we were just going to defer to the state for climate change, but that if climate change was included in the document, that there needed to be sort of robust scientific foundation for including whatever policy or material that was included in the comp plan document. Is that a correct summation of what you were relaying earlier?
It is a correct summation. Because this is an iterative process, and because we're constantly refining it, the board also is refining how they look at things. And again, I am speaking only for what I understood the board to have said. You are all have the links, you're able to find the meetings. I encourage everyone to please listen for yourself and then tell me how I'm wrong. But my understanding from the first work session discussion that occurred on August 3rd is that there was, I won't say a consensus, that might be too strong of a word, but the discussion at that work session was that because these climate change may soon become either required through some type of statewide planning goal 20, or there are rule making meetings going on based on the governor's order that came out in 2020, that the discussion centered around these things may be addressed at the state level, and we should wait until we hear what the state has. What I heard, or I understood that I heard on September 15th at the work session was that, yes, this is how I remember the quote. It does not mean that I have gotten it correct, but that the words climate change would appear in the plan. That obviously we could not just completely ignore climate change. But at least one commissioner did state that the discussion in the comprehensive plan that would come out of this would needed to be based on science, and that there should be a clear correlation between what was proposed as a policy and that I have it written down, I can't even remember now, and so cause and effect. So whatever the cause was, there was a clear correlation between whatever the policy was that was meant to address that. So again, cannot caveat enough, this is only my understanding of what I heard. So.
Thank you, Gail, and thank you for the caveat there too. And just to also for clarification, that is coming up in this section because objective 5 which contains some climate change material, was taken out in this draft. Is that correct as far as why we're talking about that at this moment?
I included it with discussion of this goal just because this goal will set a lot of the groundwork as we move forward. And so we can include it in any goal. We could put it in goal 7, which is natural hazards. In my head at the time I wrote this, which doesn't mean it's correct, was that it just made sense to address it as early as we could in the comprehensive plan. Because goal 2 really does lay a foundation for what comes in the other 17 goals that we're going to look at, 16 goals.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Gail. So I want to recognize there are a couple of hands. I also have a comment which looks like it possibly could be leading to a motion. So I want to go Charles and then Chris and then Nadia. That's the order that I was noticing things in. And thank you for bringing the objective 5 up to the screen there, Gail. That's what I was referring to. But Charles, it sounds like you have a question or suggestion on goal to objective 3, policy B.
I do. So the policy B says inventories and other forms of data shall be the most factual and current data available, which sounds good on its face, but an example that troubles me a lot, as well as the rest of our CAC, is for instance, in Arch Cape and Cove Beach. A few years ago, we commissioned a local wetland inventory, and it got done. It got sent to DSL, was approved by DSL, but it's never been adopted by the county. So there's an example of an inventory that exists as in an approved form at the state, but I don't know whether it's used at the county level or not, but certainly it exists, and therefore it should be used, I think. And there are other examples of Indian artifact sites and other things that exist perhaps outside of Clatsop County, but it's in the actual location is in Clatsop County.
So Charles, do you have suggested language here, or is that just feedback from your group as far as what should be included or not?
Well, at this point, it's an observation and feedback. I'm hoping it may have some interest with other people that may suggest a motion, because I don't know exactly how to phrase the motion is my dilemma.
That makes sense. Susana, do you have comment relative to that, to what Charles is talking about? I just want to make sure we handle this topic.
The motion, I think, should say something to the effect that when how would you say it? A project comes before the county, that all inventory and then inventory of data shall be most factual and current and be applied. That probably doesn't make sense. Does that make sense? It's not worded properly.
So I would say in my mind, I'll bring up 2 things at this moment. One is, I think this group should avoid at all costs wordsmithing, just because we'll get bogged down in it. I think that if we have a notion here, Charles, what I'm hearing from you is that there's a notion of who controls the determination of what is the most factual and current data, what the process is for making that determination. And so I would encourage that if we make a motion here, instead of trying to nail down specific language, that you make a motion to try and encourage a process that's clear and that's fair to you in some way. I don't know what that process might be, who it might involve, or etc. But that you try to communicate, or this group tries to communicate, if they agree that the process needs to exist to determine what's factual and current outside of what is currently there. If you think the process now doesn't work, the process isn't spoken to in this document, right? So if you want to suggest something, we should do that, but I would really encourage the broadest terms we can, so that we don't just get bogged down in wordy discussion. Nadia, you've had your hand up, so I'll recognize you. Still can't hear you though.
Sorry, I'm muted instead of unmuted. This is a question for Director Henriksen. Of course, I lost my page here. Okay, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing up climate change. I think that's really important to have it early in the document, and I think that's the right call. And so then in the actual, so there's in the narrative, there's discussion about climate change, and then we go into the objectives, and there was objective 5, which I would like to know just why objective 5, it said the county shall incorporate objectives and policies into the comp plan and its implementing ordinances to mitigate and alleviate impacts for climate change. I greatly support that early on in the process, and it was deleted. And then underneath that, there are 2 policies that really, they have to do with climate change, but not really. They're about wetlands. And I know that the county has, I'll say, wrestled with what to do about wetlands for a very long time. And I wonder if that should be a separate goal and whether this is the right place for this or if it should be in another section. And I just wanted to get a little bit of staff's thoughts on that.
The wetland discussion may be better carried out through goal 5, which does specifically have a wetland inventory. The reason they were taken out of this particular goal was that at the board work session, they did discuss, and this was in conjunction with goal 5, that the discussion of the board, as understood by staff, was that the board did not support having a minimum wetland buffer adjacent to all the wetlands, that they wanted to see some sort of case-by-case analysis. And that was specifically in conjunction with the discussion about safe harbor versus non-safe harbor wetland inventory. Also, the same thing with the mitigation requirements. There did not seem to be support from that during the discussion during the board work sessions, as understood by staff.
Thank you. Okay, I got a hand from Chris. Chris, and then Susana, and then Pat.
This is more or less a comment that I think we should all consider carefully. I listened to several of those commission work sessions, and I concur with what Director Henriksen says about trying to encapsulate what the feeling was given by the board, the county commissioners, relative to climate change. And I think a really important point to keep in mind here is that there seems to be a misunderstanding between certain people, whether they're commissioners or citizens or people in this meeting, that it's not so much a disagreement over whether there is climate change. I think people have finally.
Yeah, can you mute, please?
I think people have finally accepted that in general. I think there's a reticence on some to take on carrying out policies and actions that are meant to try to mitigate the effects of climate change on a global scale. You hear some people claim that, the problem's carbon dioxide and other gases, methane, one, in the atmosphere that are causing the warming, and that what we do in Oregon can't affect that, and what we do in Clatsop County can't really affect the global budget on those. And I think everybody can agree on that. So what we really should focus on with anything to do with climate change in our comprehensive plan is just recognize what the best science is telling us now to expect in the way of future changes in some cases that are already fairly noticeable within our county already and will intensify over the next years and decades. And we should focus on mentioning that where appropriate in the various goals, including where wetlands are discussed and other matters such as riparian corridors, and all those things need to be, we need to show that as a county, we were smart, we were informed, that we knew that there was science telling us what to expect. And so we're making our plans in accordance with some of the things that we think are likely to happen, such as longer droughts, more erratic rainstorms, ultimately rising seas along our shorelines and the effects those will have. But nothing in it should indicate that we think what we're doing will help the global carbon budget in the atmosphere, because and in the ocean where it's a real problem. So that's my comment, and I think if we really get that point across in the way we word things, we'll relieve a lot of the anxiety that some people have over the term climate change and facing it head on. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Chris. So my list, as I've got it right now, is Susana, Pat, Cheryl. It looks like I've also maybe got a motion from Jim in the chat. So let's go in that order. Susana?
My understanding that we are presenting to the county commissioners our input, and to delete objective 5 does not reflect our input. And this is a document that I think is very important. And the county commissioners, I guess, have the ability to ignore what we want, but I think it's important that that stay in there, reflecting what has been, I believe, voted on and by the CAC.
So Susana, just feedback process-wise here, I think you're entirely correct that ultimately the county commissioners can choose whatever they want to have in this document. That there is a public involvement process that we've seen laid out in Goal 1. Part of that process can be us giving feedback, in this case possibly repeatedly, if we believe that Goal 5 should stay in there. They're under no obligation to follow our direction. We don't have the ability to give them direction. We can only give the ability or give advice. So if someone wants to make a motion to retain objective 5 or to change objective 5 in some way to allow for the objections that they had, we can do that. We can just not count on it actually changing in the final document to reflect your desires as a group. But we can certainly make a motion to do that. Gail is reflecting. I haven't recognized Jim yet to make this full motion, but Gail is reflecting that Jim anyway put a motion in chat sort of in this direction. And if the group wants, we can take up that motion now. And there were a couple people or 3 people in queue before him, but it is germane to what you're talking about, Susana, which is Jim is trying to motion that we retain objective 5, but replace sub-policies A and B with the line that he's provided here, in part, I think, to address concerns from the Board of Commissioners. If you all want, I'll just ask, is there any objection to us handling this motion now? Because it may be germane to even some of the comments that are going to come up. Any objection to us going directly to this motion and handling it? Okay, so I'm not hearing any objection. Gail, thank you for putting that up on screen for us. Jim, I'll ask, do you want to have any introductory remark on this this motion? And then I'll see if we can get a second. But Jim, do you have any introductory thing to say about the motion? And I'll just read the motion for those who may not be able to see the screen. The motion is by Jim Alegria, to retain objective 5, goal 2, objective 5, but replace policies A and B with, I assume it would be policy A. Objectives and policies shall be based on the best available science and tier, or is it tied? Tier?
I said tiered, yes. You could wordsmith it. It's fine.
Okay. And tier to state direction. So that is the motion. Jim, do you want to introduce that quickly, and then we'll see if we can get a second.
Yes, I also sat in on the September 15th commissioner meeting, and the Director Hendrickson is correct, is that they are not opposed to having climate change in the document. I think this was a reaction to some of the policies A and B, which I also agree should not be in goal 2, but we may reconsider in other goals. And so this way here, what I heard was best available science, and somehow have the state lead in the direction, and then we take that direction and tier it down to something that's applicable to the county level. So that is my attempt here, is to do just that. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Jim. Let's ask, is there a second on the floor for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a second from Charles Dice. So let's go to discussion. Jim, thank you for the introduction. I don't know that I need to come back to you for discussion. Let me ask for the rest of the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion? And I'll again restate the motion, that is to retain objective 5, replace policies A and B with objectives and policies shall be based on the best available science and tier to state direction. Chris, I saw a hand.
I'll just say it again. Looking at the terse objective laid out there, I'm afraid that it's going to be viewed as Clatsop County thinking that they're going to put in place policies that are going to turn climate change around. Climate change is going to happen. We can mitigate the effects of it here in our county, but what we do in this county is going to have a minuscule impact on the global condition. I agree that we should do, and each individual should do what they can, but I'm just telling you, the way that objective is written is it could be changed in a way where it would be acceptable, but I'm afraid it will not be.
Okay, Chris, and then I've got Cheryl and then Pat.
I support the motion as written, and was trying to put together some wording to suggest one that was very close. So if we eliminate this objective 5, then the Clatsop County citizens, by implication, do not have a voice in local planning for both the current effects of climate change and the future. And I think as citizens, we in Clatsop County deserve a voice. And so I think this is an important goal. And I think it's important that it be early in this document. And secondly, the wording on goal 2, I really like that wording. It includes assure an adequate factual base for such decisions and actions. And I'm glad that that's stated very clearly in goal 2. And I'm glad that Jim put that in here to replace the A and B. And lastly, I agree that dealing with wetlands is a very sticky wicket, and it should not be included in this.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Pat.
Playing off Chris's comments, I would like to switch it around and say reasons for climate policies are to build our resilience, not to sort of end global climate change. So I think we have a county vested interest in monitoring climate change, et cetera, to build our resilience, not to necessarily change output, that kind of a thing. And that's all I have to say on this. I also have another motion brewing.
Okay, Robert.
I'm a lingo failure here. What does it mean, and tier to state direction?
Jim, do you care to speak? Do you care to speak to the word choice there?
It's essentially meaning that the policies of the county will be in line with the climate change policies of the state. You just have to downscale it a little bit more for the county level. So that is meant to say that to alleviate concerns of not only of the board, but other members of the public, that we don't go off the rail and go to something that's really not in line with the current science and the current policy and direction of the state. That's the reason why I have that. It could be changed to other types of language, but that's the essence of what I was trying to get across.
So tier to state direction means what?
To the state policy and directions as it concerns climate change.
I'm still lost grammatically, but thank you.
Follow might be the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, we can, like I said, the wordsmithing is fine. I have no objection to that.
I think the use here as a verb is confusing to people. So
without objection, can we change tier to follow? Okay, hearing no objection, thank you. Thank you for that suggestion and small discussion there. Any other discussion on the substantive point of keeping objective 5 and replacing A and B? Jan?
I would agree strongly with Pat's suggestion that we fit in there, build our resilience, because that does apply to us locally, and it's less, it seems less global for us, and maybe will be more acceptable to those who are somewhat resistant.
I will just briefly say, without amendment or motion declaring, and again, I don't want us to get bogged down in wordsmithing, but without direction from us that's clear and from the group, I think that staff would be right to keep the language as it is in the current deleted part, as opposed to trying to capture our stated sentiment from a couple of people. So I think would be happy to take a suggested motion to change that language, but I don't think we can expect staff to change that without it. Motion on the floor, though. So replacing objective or retaining objective 5, replacing A and B with objectives and policies shall be based on the best available science and follow state direction. Any further discussion on that motion, or should we go to a vote? Charles, I see you
call the question.
Okay, I've got a member who has called the question. Is there any objection to us moving to a vote? Okay, hearing none, let's do a voice vote here. So the motion on the floor is to retain objective 5, but replace policies A and B with objectives and policies shall be based on the best available science and follow state direction. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, and that is to retain objective 5 and replace policies A and B, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and then all those opposed to the motion, please signify by saying nay.
Abstain.
I'm going to ask for that again. So all those opposed, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, and then Chris, did I catch an abstention from you?
Yes.
Okay, so I believe that the ayes have it, so the motion will carry. We did have one abstention as well. Thank you for the discussion there. I had an order previously. I just want to check quickly if those folks still had additional comments. So I'm just going to go down the line here. My next in order was Pat. Pat, do you have comment at this time or further motions?
I do. I have a further motion. And so as I'm looking at objectives 5 that we just looked at, you know, the first time you look at that, you see everything that was generated by the group was, you know, deleted, and that's their prerogative. But then you look up to objectives 4, where policies A and B show again the county commission seeming to consolidate and limit public involvement for more of a smaller decision-making body. And then in policy B, it even says the board, no, the policy A is authorizing the review. That's fine. Policy B, the Board of Commissioners may seek input from the public, blah, 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 blah. I believe legally, and I would certainly propose that that be changed to shall seek input from the public, citizen advisory committees, the planning commission regarding revisions to the comp plan whenever significant changes, social, economic, physical, and character of the county affect land use are evident. That kind of also connects to climate change. So I move that the language change from Board of Commissioners may seek input from the public to shall. And maybe staff has a comment on why that's not appropriate, but it caught my eye.
I second.
So I do have a motion and a second. I want to check with staff before we dive into discussion here. Gail, do you have feedback on, well, do you have feedback on whether we even need to make a motion on this change? Because it seems like Pat may be rightfully saying that statutorily they may already have a requirement to effectively be a shall there. So do we need to have a vote here, or is that something that is a scrivener's error effectively?
I think the intent, and I don't remember where this specific change originated, but as I seem to recall that the intent was to provide a list of people or entities from which the board could choose to gather input, but didn't, and I think it may have centered around the citizen advisory committees.
Sorry, John, we got your comment there. I don't know if it was intended for the rest of us.
Yeah, so anyway,
I couldn't hear a word of what the director just said.
So what I said was that I believe the intent was to provide the board the ability to draw from a pool of different sources when obtaining or discussing revisions to the comprehensive plan. I think it was meant to say not that we would exclude the public, but that because of the ongoing discussion about this role of the citizen advisory committees, that the board did not want to be locked into a position where they had to have citizen advisory committees. Again, that's my understanding. I could be correct. I apologize for any mistakes. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm not necessarily hearing that staff thinks that that's a scrivener's error. So I've got a motion on the floor that for policy A and B, and I just want to repeat this to make sure I'm getting it accurately, that our group believes that should and may in the first lines of policy A and B should be replaced with shall. Is that correct? Pat, you're muted. Sorry.
My concern was policy B more than policy A. Policy A is just the board shall authorize a review. And so they initiate the process. That's cool. But the next step is seeking input from the public. And in goal 1 conversation, we're seeing that sort of, the trend is narrowing that. And now I'm seeing a may where I think it should be a shall. So that's not clear, I guess. That wasn't clarified for me. So I guess I still put that out there as shall in order to seek input from the public.
Thank you for the clarification. So I'm going to restate that the motion is just for policy B. We replace the word may with the word shall. Is that a correct summation for the motion? Okay. And we've got a second. I believe that was from John Orr. So the motion on the table, relatively straightforward, is that and policy B here. This is objective 4 of goal 2. Policy B, the word may in the first line be replaced with the word shall. Is there discussion on this motion? I have Susana.
I had to unmute. I am wondering, have the county commissioners do they have a deadline to dissolve the citizens advisory committees? I know that we were going to meet, I thought, once a year. There's the issue of perhaps the town hall meetings for them for input instead of the CACs. But that doesn't mean that they have dissolved them.
John, could I ask that you mute? Thank you. Sorry, Susana, can you restate the last part of your question there?
It's a question to Gail of how she felt the position of the Board of Commissioners. Did she interpret that they were advising to stop all the citizens advisory committees versus my impression, which they were going to be meeting once a year, that public input would be perhaps more dependent on town hall meetings rather than the CACs? That's my question to Gail.
Yeah, I think I have discussed this several times in conjunction with Goal 1. So I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
I know you've discussed it, but I just wanted to clarify. I mean, the Citizens Advisory Committee is there a deadline to dissolve them?
The current citizen advisory committees were created specifically for the update of the comprehensive plan. The bylaws very clearly state that once this process is completed, those committees as currently constituted would be dissolved. As I've stated previously in our discussions regarding Goal 1, the discussion that staff has understood it at the work sessions with the Board of Commissioners is that the board did not want to continue the use of the citizen advisory committees and was seeking to move forward with more town hall meetings where they could obtain more direct input from their constituents without the filter of the citizen advisory committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. So, you know, there's the whole issue when it says that the CAC should be tied to the comprehensive plan and going to the town hall meetings. There's that issue. But this is broader, and I just, you know, referring to the CACs at this point in time might need to be a broader thing, that the Board of Commissioners shall seek input from the public, and maybe citizens advisory committees if they're in place, something like that. Because they may be reinstalled under a future county commission. That's all.
We have a motion.
We do have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion on the motion to replace may seek with shall seek? Jim.
As written, it doesn't mention anything about the planning. Oh, it does. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Withdraw my comment.
Further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing and hearing no further discussion, I think we can move to a vote. So the motion on the floor is that in Goal 2, Objective 4, Policy B, we will change the word may to the word shall. The Board of Commissioners shall seek input from the public, etc. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to the motion, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
All those in abstention? Okay, I believe by my hearing that the ayes have it. So that motion passes for us to encourage the replacement of may with shall. I have a short list of people that I know have had hands up at one point or another. Let me keep going through that. Cheryl, did you have any further motions or discussion at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay. Jim, I had you in line, but I think we got to your motion already. Did you have additional comment or anything, or we handled it? Okay. Jan Mitchell.
I may need help with this, but I think we discussed earlier objective 1 policy C that had to do with redrawing the boundaries. And I think I need help from Nadia, I think, in terms of the ocean and the river, but I think there's real there's reason behind having planning boundaries that relate to geographic and cultural issues rather than political boundaries. And I think we should retain those six planning boundaries, but expand them to include our water environment which surrounds us. So maybe, do I put that in a motion form that I move that the comprehensive plan effort continue to the use of the 6 planning areas expanded to include the estuary, river, and ocean areas as appropriate?
My personal take would be that you only need a motion because we've already expressed an interest in keeping the 6 planning areas, that you only need a motion to address the water expansion of the nearest areas or something to that effect. But that's my opinion. You don't need to follow that at all. But
I like your opinion. So I would then move that we expand those existing planning areas, which are useful for land use planning, to include the estuary, river, and ocean areas adjacent.
Okay.
And the unincorporated areas north of Warrenton.
Oh, yes. Yes. I don't even understand why that's not there.
Second for the motion.
I second it.
Yeah, Gail, thank you for capturing that quickly. So I'll read that back as captured to make sure it's accurate. So the motion is to expand the existing planning areas to include estuary and I think it was estuary, river, and ocean areas, and the unincorporated areas north of Warrenton. Does that capture what you were going for, Jan?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I heard a second from Cheryl, and Gail already recorded that. So I think we can move to discussion on this point. Jan, you already spoke a little bit to it, and we did hear a bit from Nadia earlier. Is there further discussion on the merits of this motion to expand these existing planning areas to include water resources and the unincorporated areas north of Warrenton? Any further discussion on this?
Not from me.
Okay, well, not seeing further discussion, we can move immediately to a vote. So let's do that. I'll reread the motion. The motion is to expand the existing planning areas to include estuary, river, and ocean areas. I'm sorry, I know that there is an adjacent component there, and I missed it in the initial reading. Without objection, can we say includes adjacent estuary? Is there any objection to including that word? I think it was part of the original motion. I just missed it.
No.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll reread the motion again from the top. The motion is to expand the existing planning areas to include adjacent estuary, river, and ocean areas and the unincorporated areas north of Warrenton. All those in favor of the motion as read, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and then all those opposed to the motion as read.
No.
Okay, and any abstentions? All right, so I believe the ayes have it and the motion passes. Thank you for that motion and discussion. I believe I've reached the end of my list to the people that I noticed had a hand up. Any further discussion or motions on Goal 2, on the Goal 2 draft? Okay, I'll just check one more time. Any other motions or discussion on the Goal 2 draft? So I'm not seeing or hearing anything at this time. So I think that should signify that we're okay with Goal 2 draft and the comments that we've submitted. I will ask the group at this time. So we've reached the pre-lunch agenda break point. I would say we have a couple of options here. One is to take our lunch break early. And up to you whether we still just take a half hour or if we extend that, or we could continue work at this time until 12:30 and then take our lunch break at 12:30 as stated on the agenda. I can't say that I have a particular notion on that, but I will leave to the group. I see one comment which just got to me first, so I'll ask for if there's any objection to us taking lunch now for a half hour, and then by my clock that would be coming back at 12:36. Any objection to us taking lunch now and coming back at 12:36 to continue our work?
I have a comment.
Yes, Chris.
This is a public meeting, and we have a set agenda here. I know it's unlikely, but if there's a member of the public that had looked at this and planned to show up for a discussion of the review of Goal 3, and we start at 12:30 rather than 1, will that put us in jeopardy of having not conducted the meeting properly?
I think that's a meaningful question anyway. I would ask, Gail, do you have any feedback from staff on whether it puts us in any peril by moving our business up from 1 to 12:37 now?
I don't think it puts us in legal peril, but I think that as Commissioner Farrar pointed out, I think it's just good practice that we may have people who want to discuss goals 3 and 4, and so they are relying on this agenda.
Okay. So let me put forward an alternative here. I'll propose that we take our break now and come back at 1 o'clock. Is there to continue our business on Goal 3? Is there any objection to us taking our lunch now and returning at 1 p.m.?
I think we should just keep going then.
I think if there's a substantive objection to us not taking up business of Goal 3 at 1 p.m. because people might be counting on us taking up Goal 3 at 1 p.m., that us taking it up now is also running afoul of that, would just be my feedback. I would say briefly, enjoy the fact that we worked effectively and have 20 minutes of extra time now. Take advantage of that, and maybe it can be motivation for us to also work efficiently in the afternoon. Are we all okay? Any other objections to us going to lunch now and coming back at 1 p.m.? Susana?
This is actually a discussion of goals 1 through the Goal 3 and 4 about time. There's no time assigned for those goals, and I don't think it would be an issue that we discuss. I don't want to have agricultural land overview to take up more time than forest lands, perhaps.
I would agree that they don't have set times for each individual goal. I would say it's up to the discretion of the group how we end up allocating that time based on motions and discussion in the afternoon session. Let me let me check. So I've sort of put a proposal out on the floor for us to go to lunch now and come back at 1. I'm getting some objections, obviously. Let me just check. Let's do a voice vote whether we want to continue and say start with Gail's presentation for goal 3 now, or whether we want to go to lunch. So all those in favor of going to lunch now and returning at 1 p.m., please signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed to taking lunch now and returning at 1, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay.
Nay.
I heard a couple of nays, but I think the ayes have it. So let's take lunch now. We'll come back at 1 p.m. and continue our work. Thank you all. Thank you for an efficient session this morning. I'll see you at 1 p.m.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, Gail. So this is a return to business for the afternoon session for the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Update Joint Planning Commission Countywide Citizen Advisory Committee. Just to quickly review, this afternoon we're slated to, from 1 to 4 p.m., review goals 3 and 4. That's agricultural lands and forest lands. And then at 4 p.m., hopefully move to public comment and input. And then at 4:30, closing comments and adjournment. So hopefully we can move through the business for today in that order with that kind of timeline. We'll start off discussion this afternoon again with staff presenting issues out of and review of Goal 3 agricultural lands. And then we'll move into board comment and feedback on Goal 3. Gail, if you want to start us off.
Okay, thank you. So goal 3 is dedicated to agricultural lands, and that doesn't necessarily mean any place where there's a farm. It's a very specific sort of term that's used in state statute. And what it refers to are those farmlands which, based upon soil types, are classified as either high value or low value farmland. And that soil determination is made by the Natural Resources Conservation Service, or NRCS. And here in the county, soils that are classified as type 1 or type 2 soils are considered high value farmland. And under Goal 3, we are required to zone those areas exclusive farm use, or EFU. And under state statute, which is in ORS 215, there are very specific uses that are tied to the EFU zoning. It's very difficult to construct a home on EFU zoned land, just to have a home in a nice place of the county. There are limitations on the types of businesses that you can operate on EFU land, and they're usually tied to some sort of agricultural process or system. So if you wanted to go and open a grocery store on EFU zoned land, you won't be able to do it. When we talk about Goal 3 and agricultural lands, it's important to keep in mind the distinction between the resource EFU land and all the other lands where there may be agricultural practices occurring within the county. So when we look at our list of policies, those properties that may be zoned residential, agriculture, or some other zone are not covered under Goal 3. Goal 3 is exclusively for the EFU zone and farmland designated as such. So in 2018, because our code was woefully out of date, we worked with the Department of Land Conservation and Development to update not only our farm regulations, but also our forest regulations, so that we were sure that we were in compliance with state statutes. And that was done via Ordinance 2018. So I will pause there to see if there's any questions about this slide.
Are there questions from the group on this material? Gail, I'll just ask one, and I think it's connected with your second to last sentence there, but there were a couple of points in goal 3 where you had, it looked like inserted resource, the word resource, maybe as a clarifier. Was that just to confirm that we're not talking about residential agricultural land, essentially?
That's correct. And in our comments that we received back from DLCD, they did note areas where they had questions where we had previously inserted some draft policies that was targeted towards these residential agriculture zones. And so just to make that distinction clear, I did add the word resource in front of certain terms within goal 3.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, other questions for this slide? Robert, that was just a hat clearing, just to make sure. Okay. And Susana?
I'm not sure if this is the right place, but I've always for many years been concerned over some types of factory farming, which would be very difficult to stop with some of the wording under goal 3, and that like pig farming that creates really it's very controversial in areas in the east where there's a lot of big industrial pig farms. And I just want to state again that I think it's a problem, but I've never gotten anywhere with anybody else. So I just want to state that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments about this first slide about classification of agricultural resource lands? Okay, Gail, I think you can move on.
Okay, thank you. The only other comment I would have, going back to Susana's comment, is similar to Forest Practices Act. There are right to farm regulations in state statute. And so again, we do have some limitations on how far we can go in proposing policies that would exceed or prohibit farming activities on EFU land. So, and then there's also, and I don't know if this is what Susana is referring to, but a confined animal feeding operation where, and that's permitted through the state. I believe it's Department of Agriculture handles those permits as well. If we have any here, and I'm not sure if we do, we may only have one, but they are really common on the east part of the state where you're talking about thousands of animals that are in a confined feeding lot type of situation. So moving on, the board has discussed this goal as they have the previous ones. The takeaways, as I understood the conversation at the August 3rd and September 15th work sessions, they had a lot to say about goal 3. First of all, that the county shouldn't be supporting or prohibiting one type of farming practice over another. Same thing with crops. And that particularly arose under discussion because staff had pulled out marijuana and hemp for further discussion in the background part of goal 3. And the board discussion was that, you know, if it's a legal crop, it should be permitted and supported regardless of what that farm product might be, whether it's tomatoes or hemp or cannabis. The board emphasized that the county should find ways to help incentivize farms and farm use and support it that way. And also how clarify and figure out ways that we could work with farmers in the area to help promote agritourism, which is permitted under state statute. It's also a good way for farmers to supplement their income and make just to educate the public overall about, you know, farming and the importance of it. The commission also wanted to talk about housing as part of goal 3, and From a staff perspective, I don't know that this is the most appropriate place where it could go, because that would open up our exclusive farm use zones to additional housing. And if you remember back to our discussion about goal 2, the way we would have to do that would be to take an exception to goal 3. And we would have to show through the reasons exception why housing could not be built anywhere else in the county, whether in an incorporated area, an urban growth boundary, or some zone that's not a resource farm zone. And then we would have to go through that goal exception process. And again, those housing rules are set up under state statute, so that's not something that's unique just to Clatsop County. These rules apply across the board, across the state. The board also emphasized that citizens should be empowered to use their land however they see fit. Also that in discussions about damage from wildlife to crops and farms, particularly in relationship to the elk, that property owners should be able to determine on their own what's most appropriate for their situation in order to prevent property damage. For those who have followed along either in the paper or through our discussions with the Planning Commission about the Clatsop Plains Elk Project, there are items in our Declaration of Cooperation, which was signed back on September 1st, that does obligate the county now to actually go through our code and put in regulations that would allow maybe higher fencing or different types of fencing or other options to help property owners protect their property from damage. And then finally, the board discussed some policies that have been included regarding herbicides and pesticides, and the consensus as understood by staff was that those policies were best handled at the state and federal level, and that the county probably did not want to insert itself into that discussion that was going on. So I will stop there and again pause for any questions about the board discussion.
I see a hand from Robert.
Gail, are there any utterances related to psilocybin that you have heard in the county?
Other than what's been discussed at the Clatsop Plains Citizen Advisory Committee, it's really not come up. I believe that there was, I don't know if it was a referendum or bill that passed in the legislature this year, but yes, there are movements in that direction.
Any other questions from the group on this slide about board discussion points? Okay, Gail, do you have another slide, or is that the?
No, I believe that's it. Yep.
Okay, I will say just as far as direction for this discussion, I think one profitable area for this group is that list that Gail just presented, which is also at the end of the memo that she gave us for goal 3. It's a itemized list and that at that point as well. I think is a good place for starting discussion if this group agrees or disagrees with any of those points as listed coming directly from the board. Those are the major impacts that have changed. So if you want to give feedback on those points, I think that's a good area to start with. Of course, we can comment on anything in the goal 3 draft, but those are the particular points where the board gave feedback on the draft that came to them. So is there discussion points, feedback, motions from the group on goal 3? So I saw Chris and then Susana.
Can we put that list back up that the board thought was important for ag? Yeah. I have pretty substantial concerns about several of these points, but I'll at this point limit it to one, which seems rather open-ended, and that's the third from the bottom. Citizens should be empowered to use their own lands as they see fit. I'm not sure what they're looking for here. That sounds like if you own the land, you should be able to do whatever you want. You can have a toxic waste dump there. You can having a shooting club next to a school or whatever you want. And I can't believe that they really would wish to have that in our county. It kind of just says, forget about land use planning entirely and just let each individual do whatever the heck they want. So I really think that, I don't know if there's wording to support that, but I think anything like that should be struck from a comprehensive plan as totally out of hand. So I'd be interested if anybody else has thoughts on that.
So I do want to get thoughts on that, but I also want to ask Gail, is there, so some of these things have had a meaningful effect on the draft. For example, the last one about herbicides and pesticides, there was an item struck on that front. Was there meaningful change within the draft for us to point to about this notion, the empowered to use their lands as they see fit? Is there anything we should direct a comment to?
I'm doing two things at once. I don't believe that staff made any changes because, first of all, under state statute, we're pretty limited unless we go through the goal exception process. And then goal 10 is probably a more appropriate place, which is our housing goal, to discuss housing development. And I was going through my notes to see if there was a context to this. I know it was almost a direct quote, but I can't find where it came into the process. I think it may have had to do with housing and accessory dwelling units, because I know that there is frustration sometimes on the part of the public as well, that we have a piece of land, it's 2 acres, but I can't put an accessory dwelling unit on it, so my son or daughter or grandmother or mother can come live with me. So I think that was the context, if I remember correctly.
I have the same recollection, Gail. So I saw a bunch of hands here. I saw Jan, Pat, Robert, I think Cheryl. I'm not positive about that, but let's start with Jan.
I was just supporting Chris's words and remembering that since I've been here, we had one county commissioner who was recalled partly because he had a puppy mill on his farm. And I would hope that how we word this would keep those kind of uses from being supported in our, I mean, we cannot say that you should be able to do whatever you want with your land because there's just too many obvious conflicts there.
Thanks, Jan. So Pat.
I think this is an excellent example of, people having aspirational values that reflect their values that seem right to them. Sort of not unlike goal 4 things with regard to, say, pesticide and water quality. But as we've all pointed out, state law supersedes these sort of aspirational comments. And I think, this is the time that these are eliminated kind of summarily as such. I understand why it's there. I respect the value behind it, but I think this would be one that would be pretty easy to delete with just cause.
Robert, did you have comment on this issue?
Just that it is so bizarrely classic, statement of antipathy to land use planning, that it's it can't be considered humorous, but it's been there forever. Yeah, and to see it articulated is boggling, because it's just such an explicit. It's such a clear expression of we don't like land use planning. Period.
Thank you, Robert. Cheryl, did I correctly see that you had a hand up? Did you have comment on this? Okay, no. Susanna.
I'd like to move to delete the sentence, citizens shall be empowered to use their lands as they see fit.
So I respect that motion. I would just point out that this is just a bullet point from board discussion, that we don't have an actionable item within the draft at this point, at least in this section that I know of, to delete. What I would say, if I were to make a recommendation, would be that it seems like there's some notion on the board that you don't agree with this as a concept that coincides with land use planning. So I would say you should express that ideology of yours in some way, that you think land use planning puts limits on land use, and that's agreeable to you as a group. That's my feedback. If you if you want to delete that, that's fine. I just don't think that actually has any effect. So I'm sorry, Susanna, to give you that direct feedback, but would you care to restate a motion, or is there a second for the motion from Susanna to delete that line? Okay, so I don't hear a second. Is there an alternative motion? Jim, I see a hand from you.
Well, my motion would be essentially along your lines, Andy, is that that gives us the direction that, not even the direction, that is some of the opinions voiced at a workshop. I'm not really as concerned about the board discussion sections, but I am focusing more on the policy and the objectives to see if any of the objectives and the policies seem to state the same thing, but in policy form. That's where I begin to be very concerned. And so that's where my emphasis is at.
Okay, fair enough discussion point. Let me return to the whole then. Let me see, is there discussion or motions on goal 3 generally? And if we want to move off of this page and go to objectives and policies, that's totally fine. Group feedback here. Chris.
I think that's a good idea. I think I kind of led the group in the wrong direction there. I realize those are summary kind of statements, and we should focus on the objectives and policies. So I apologize for taking up the time of this group on that.
Susanna and then Pat.
It had said, I realized, board discussion. So the board was the county commission board?
Correct.
So that's totally appropriate statement if that was their discussion.
Pat, and then I see Charles came off mute. So Pat.
I have a question about the deletion of Objective 1, Policy B, the county shall encourage and support increased residential densities within incorporated areas and urban growth boundaries. I'm wondering, staff, is that deleted because it's in the wrong place? I mean, that's certainly an Oregon land use planning goal to keep density inside urban growth boundaries.
Correct, and I think it's more appropriate for either and or goal 10 and or goal 14, which is urbanization. The only purpose, it doesn't serve much of a purpose here. And in the comments from the board, there was also discussion about encouraging additional housing, not just within city limits or within urban growth boundaries, but elsewhere throughout the county as well. So, but it's really not appropriate for goal 3.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Charles, did you have an item you wanted to bring up?
I do. Also, Objective 1. I'm I'm trying to suss out why the word resource it was added in front of land, and if that has some hidden meaning to those in the planning profession.
I think I'll quickly address it so Gail doesn't have to do it again. In her presentation front speech for this, she was just noting that there's agricultural land that say agricultural residential, that this section doesn't necessarily apply to, that goal 3 is specific to agricultural resource land.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like I have a motion that just came up in chat, so I'm going to recognize Cheryl.
So looking at objective 5 and then policies E, F, and G, which have all been deleted, I think a way to come around to that and to support objective 5, which is to support agricultural best practices and locally adapted sustainable agricultural techniques. What I would like to suggest is those 3 that got dumped, instead that we do something like the county shall support agricultural practices that protect clean drinking water. Oops, that should be an and listed fish species habitat. So I would put that out for discussion for us.
Okay, so I've got a motion that in objective 5 we replace the deleted EF and policies E, F, and G with I guess it would be a policy E. The county shall support agricultural practices that protect clean drinking water and listed fish species habitat. And I heard a second, I think that was from Charles. Is that correct, Charles?
Yes.
Okay. Cheryl, you gave just a brief intro, but do you have discussion points on this?
No additional ones at this time.
Okay. Let me open the floor to discussion. So we have a motion there for a new policy E that you can read that Gail has put up for us. Is there discussion on that motion? Okay, Chris.
I strongly agree with the suggested motion that Cheryl put forward. It was one that occurred to me during lunch break, that those 3 policies that have been stricken should just be reworded in a way that's not in the negative, but in the positive. We want to encourage protecting water resources, air quality, and soil. And I would go right on down to policy F and G also, but for now, I'll just say I strongly support wording similar to what's been put out there for a replacement of policy E.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Susana.
Instead of limiting to protect clean drinking water, I would like to see the water concept expanded, and instead of listed fish species habitat to say riparian habitat, that protect riparian habitat.
So if you have an amendment to offer, I'm happy to take an amendment.
That means my brain has to work. I move that it reads to protect our water sources and riparian habitat.
Protect our water sources and riparian habitat. Okay. Is there a second for that motion to amend the original language? Okay, so not hearing a second, I think that's going to die for lack of a second, Susana.
Okay.
Any other discussion or amendments to the language provided in the motion by Cheryl? last call before we go to a vote. Okay, let's go to a vote on this one. So we have a motion on the floor, and that is to, and I'm going to skip the deletion part, but it is to insert a policy which will read, the county shall support agricultural practices that protect clean drinking water and listed fish species habitat. So if you support that motion to insert that language, please signify your support by saying aye.
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 Okay, and if you oppose inserting that language, please signify by saying nay. Okay, any abstentions? Okay, I believe the ayes have it. So we will encourage the insertion of that language. Thanks, Cheryl. Is there further discussion or motions on goal 3? Okay, well, that'll be a quick discussion for goal 3. I'll just check one more time. Any other items for goal 3?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay, Charles.
So this would be over on policy G. Oh, sorry, I was on the wrong page. Forget it.
Okay, all right. I'll just check one last time. Oh, Cheryl, I see a hand.
Quick question for Gail. One of the discussion topics that came up at Northeast CAC for agricultural was support for being able to do solar panels on agricultural land. And I don't see that made this in here anywhere, but maybe it's too minutia, but Gail will be able to advise.
The state recently went through a series of rulemaking meetings and put in place rules that do already allow solar panels on EFU land. And there are regulations that are spelled out in state statute and Oregon administrative rules.
There is I think there's also a 4D, it looks like, addresses at least some notion of us allowing solar and wind facilities on non-high value farmland. I don't know if that addresses what you're looking for, Cheryl, or not, but topically at least there's some overlap maybe. Okay, I'll just make one last check. Any motions or discussion on goal 3 before we continue on to goal 4? Okay.
So Chair, I just want to further clarify for everyone and for Cheryl that because the state already has rules in place regarding solar panels and EFU farmland, we're subject to those rules. So you can certainly put them in the comprehensive plan, but they would be a little bit redundant because it's already required. It would be like if we went and pulled every use out of ORS and addressed it in our comp plan as well. So that's the reason why it's not included, not because I was trying to eliminate your speech.
Thank you for the clarification, Gail. Okay, any other questions or motions on goal 3? Susana.
Could Gail keep scrolling down to see how much is left of goal 3?
That's it.
And why was policy E deleted?
Discussion in the work session, the county commissioner work session indicated that they thought, at least one county commissioner believed that that was already covered by state and federal policy. Jim, I see a hand.
I actually took a look at the state goals concerning farming, excuse me, And it actually states that already about non-sustainable practices are not allowed. So, I mean, only sustainable farming practices. How you define sustainable is, of course, a different thing. But at least the wording is there for only allowing sustainable practices.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, I'll check again. Any more discussion, questions, or motions for goal 3? Gail, I think we can happily move on to goal 4 then.
Okay, so goal 4, for anyone who has missed the discussion, deals with forest lands. And whereas the statewide average, about 48% of the state is in resource timberland, here in Clatsop County, it's about 80% of our land area. So a very significant part of how the county is zoned and what the county is used for. Statewide Planning Goal 4 doesn't look just only at working forest lands, which it wants to protect by making sure that we don't have incompatible uses adjacent or within resource timberland, but also looking at timberlands in terms of their value for fish and wildlife habitat, for protection of air and water quality, and also for recreation. So under statewide planning goal 4, just like with goal 3, we're required as a county to identify forest lands, to designate it as such on our comprehensive plan, and then to zone it consistent with state rules. And in Clatsop County, our resource forest zone is Forestry 80 or F80. So forest land is defined in one of 2 ways, either through its productivity, how much wood, and I don't know enough about forestry to use the right terms, but how much wood content it puts forward as measured by the U.S. Forest Service. And then there is also some wording that is slightly unclear about who makes the judgment, but it sounds like it's a community judgment about whether land is suitable for other non-commercial forest uses, such as watershed protection, fish and wildlife habitat, or recreation. And I do know that Ashley Latorre from Department of Forestry is with us today, and she may be a source of additional information as we go forward. And then also to kind of finish up our overview of Goal 4, like Goal 3, Goal 4 does put development restrictions on forest lands, similar to those that we find in the agricultural areas. So in terms of just coming in to build a house because it's a nice secluded area in the middle of a forest, probably isn't going to fly. There's some pretty stringent and specific regulations that you have to meet. There's also restrictions in place that would prevent other activities surrounding forest practices that might conflict with those practices. And then, of course, we've talked quite a bit about the Forest Practices Act. That's implemented and enforced by the Oregon Department of Forestry, and it basically sets the commercial standards of operation, whether it's for the establishment, management, or harvesting of trees throughout the state. So I'm going to pause there and see if there's any questions about Goal 4.
Thank you, Gail. I'll open to the floor for questions about Goal 4. Actually, I just saw Ashley come off mute. Ashley, you weren't here earlier when we did introductions in the morning. Would you care to introduce yourself just in case anyone on the call doesn't know you yet?
Oh, sure. I'm Ashley Latorre. I work for the Oregon Department of Forestry as a stewardship forester, and I work with landowners, both industrial and non-industrial forest landowners, for the management of their forest lands.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today as well.
Thank you.
So any questions from the group about this first slide and a half here? Chris.
Can Director Henriksen remind me again how lands zoned AF fit into resource forest lands versus some other kind of forest lands?
Yes, AF lands are agriculture forest lands, and they are considered a resource zone, but they are of the type where, depending upon soil or historical practices, they are either appropriate for farm use or forest use, and they can go in either direction. And so when we apply our standards, when people come in to say build a home, in an AF zone, we would look at what has it historically been used for, and then we would apply either the farm standards for a dwelling or the forest standards for a dwelling to that particular piece of property. But the AF zone is considered a resource zone, just like EFU or F80.
Thank you. I'm going to go Lam and Robert.
Yes, I guess my question is maybe philosophical, but forest here practices consider, is it clear cutting? Is that kind of defining? I guess I'm just kind of confused as what is a forest. I guess when I look at land out here, that pretty much all clear cut, and what grows back are pretty monoculture. If they're not planted, then mostly alders come up. Are these still considered forest land, and how do we, I guess, regulate the clear cutting and consider them as forest land?
Thank you, Lam. So we've got a couple people that I'm getting a little background noise. So folks that aren't speaking, can I make sure we get muted? But I don't know if Gail or Ashley, either one of you want to take that. I'm happy to have either.
Well, I can talk to part of it. After, I think it's defined, the land is defined to be forest land if it can support growing trees and shrubs and such. So I think that's kind of a distinction on the land when you think of wetlands versus forest, upland forest, because we have forested wetlands, which is something in between. But it's defined in state law, I believe, on the definition of forest land. As far as your question about replanting of forest land after a commercial harvest has occurred and the residual stocking is such that reforestation is required under the Forest Practices Act, the landowner is given 2 planting seasons to get it back into reforestation. They can plant it back in native species that grow here that are commercially viable. So that would include alder. If a landowner wants to grow alder, that's fine. So during that time, that 2-year time between after harvest and reestablishment of the next plantation, that land is still considered forest land. Does that answer your question?
Well, I guess it kind of does, but I guess it's for me, we don't have much diversity in our forest land out here. I think for me a forest includes several different species. I guess once you clear cut it and the definition or the rules for landowners to replant it usually come back as monoculture to be harvested later, and it doesn't really consider much for diversity in plants and animals that might try to live in these forests later. I think the standard is fairly low. I don't know if we can ever possibly redefine what forest ought to be. I guess that's part of my philosophical definition what a forest is.
So I had Robert, and then I see a hand from Pat.
That idea that the thing is either forestry or agriculture diminishes the concept of agroforestry as a whole, as an intact. There's a USDA National Agroforestry Center that creates lots of publications, and it's something that has always made a lot of sense to me, but somehow our local thinking doesn't embrace agroforestry. And I guess I need to be a tiny irritant and say, huh? And can we do that? And not just say this is either one or the other, but it's the combination agroforestry.
Well, I don't think there's anything that prevents a forest landowner from doing agroforestry, but that would be maybe for Gail to address.
Gail, do you have any comment on that?
I'm not sure exactly what agroforestry consists of. It's the first time I'm hearing this term. I'm almost positive in our code we don't have any type of use listed as agroforestry, not because it was intentional to slight the agroforesters, but because, at least for myself, I'm not familiar with it.
I will Google and add to chat a link to the National Agroforestry Center, because I certainly agree, Gail, it's not a familiar term unless you've been receiving mailers from the USDA National Agroforestry Center for years and years and years.
Okay, well, Robert, one example I can think of agroforestry might be the growing of conifers and growing truffles. Well, that takes a specific soil, climate, ecosystem to make that happen. I can't think of anything here that comes to mind except maybe mushrooms, but that would be agroforestry. But I think in these broader goals, we're thinking of what is the leading use of the land? Is it agriculture or is it forest? That's just my take on this.
Thank you, Robert, for providing that resource. So I have a hand from Pat. And I just, sorry, before I'll cut in, just to say, we started off by asking questions for clarification and things around this slide, or at least this slide and the top of the next one. We'll certainly get into goals or as a whole momentarily, but maybe clarifying questions for this material first, if we can. So Pat, is yours related to this material?
Yes, and it was just it was in response to Commissioner Lamb's comments. I think it points to the power of the Forest Practices Act, and I think that's maybe understated in the plan as a whole. So anything that can, I think actually this is like you just described, if it can support forestry, then it would be a forest land. And you know, all commercial activity on forest designated land use in the county have commercial practices that are entirely guided by the Forest Practices Act. So what you were talking about clear cutting or this is that is all comprised in the Forest Practices Act and is in fact not influenceable by us as residents of Clatsop County. It's a broader state activity. Am I tracking all right, Ashley?
Yes, thank you,
Great.
Pat. I think that's well said.
And I think a lot of the issue with forest and some of the things down below are people trying to be aspirational around the edges of what is, you know, 80. So people get frustrated when they realize that they have no influence on what goes on over 80% of the land base. And I think a lot of the aspirational language is about trying to get that language in there, at least in the places that were not covered by that Forest Practices Act. So maybe it needs to be stated more or integrated more in the beginning of Goal 4, but it's such a huge, it's like a subset of Goal 4, but it really dominates Goal 4. And I think that a lot of people always struggle with that.
Thank you, Pat. Susana.
I would like to insert the second sentence, Goal 4 intended to protect working forest lands, preserving them for commercial forest. And I would like to insert protecting trees for carbon capture. This has come up for me personally as I have tried to do a conservation.
Sorry, Susana, are you talking about inserting language on this slide that's in front of us? I just want to clarify.
Yes.
So this slide is just introductory material from Gail. It's not a, I mean, this language may be mirrored somewhere in the draft document, but this is just her introductory comments. So we should reserve motions to affect language that's in the document.
I'm not, I mean, we all have been discussing this slide.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to continue discussing this slide. And maybe to say to insert language is too direct, but I want to address the second sentence. And that I'm not sure if it comes up quite worded this way further into it, so I'm bringing it up now.
Okay, I'm just saying this slide only exists for your information. That's the only purpose of this slide. So if we change things or even make a strong recommendation here, it doesn't really have an effect. So I get what you're saying. I get that there's a concept here that you want to get across. I think there might be a time later in the document that we actually want to review and make that point then.
Okay.
But you want to just to you're wanting to talk about forest use as carbon sequestration, that direction. Is that correct?
As a recognized use.
Okay, so let's keep that in mind, and when we get to the language of the goal, we can try to remember to bring that up. Okay, I don't want to short shrift that. I just think this is not the time to do it yet. Any other comments about this slide? Or Gail, can you bring up the next slide, which there were a couple sentences that you talked about briefly, right? Yeah. Any comments or questions about that material above board discussion? Okay, and so Gail, do you want to talk about the board discussion points at this juncture?
Sure. So again, this is staff's understanding of what was discussed at the board work sessions on August 3rd and September 15th. First of all, it had to do with stream buffers and the Forest Practices Act. I think at some point a recommendation had been made to update the stream buffer requirements for all fish-bearing streams within the county to mirror the buffer requirements of the Forest Practices Act. And I think that was actually a recommendation that was put forward by staff.
That was from Mike Sennett from ODF&W.
Right, and supported by staff. Yeah, so Mike put it out there, staff promoted it, and there was put into one of the drafts. So the discussion at the board was that for activities that are not forest related, covered by Forest Practices Act, that stream buffers didn't need to be mentioned at all in this goal, which deals only with resource lands, or there should be a comprehensive plan policy that would state that all FPA regulated forest activities needed to comply with all buffer rules, which they already do under Forest Practices Act. There was a comment made by one of the commissioners that the campgrounds, all the campgrounds in the county should be listed within Goal 4. Again, Goal 4 deals just with resource forest lands, and so the campgrounds that had been cited were county-owned parks that were not on resource forest lands. So staff did not include that language in the Goal 4 that you see now. There was discussion about removing statements that are leading or biased and reflect only one side of the discussion, and that how those should be removed. Also that narratives should be retained that stated Clatsop County is unable to regulate the Forest Practices Act on forest resource lands. And then there were specific comments made about objectives and specific policies, and so staff amended the draft 3 to incorporate those comments as well. Then further on down, there was more discussion about how the county should not be too restrictive, not add more layers of regulation beyond what's already required at the state level on those resource forest lands. And then there was general discussion about the Lynn County timber lawsuit and ODF's habitat conservation plan, which is currently in the NEPA review process, if I remember correctly, Ashley. And is that correct?
I don't follow state forests that closely to be able to,
okay,
to have an opinion.
I think it's in, well, it's not so much an opinion. It's either in NEPA review or it's not, but
True,
I think it's
true, but I don't know because I work in private forest.
Yeah, so I think it's a NEPA review. And, you know, at some point we may have to revise, especially Goal 4, the comprehensive plan, because there are potential impacts in Clatsop County because of those two activities. And that was it as far as board discussion.
Gail, clarifying question for some of that. I don't know that, especially that last point, I don't know that I recall seeing any inserted language to address those. Did they, and I don't remember that from the discussion, at least as far as them giving language for that. Oh, is there an intended policy or anything coming up around those 2 points?
Not policies. I think some of it has been incorporated into the background material in Goal 4, but at this point, it's unclear what a policy would be.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. So comments and questions or motions for Goal 4, Chris. Well, and actually, Chris, I apologize. I should make sure. Is there any clarifying questions or informational questions about the material from board discussion that Gail just presented? Chris, was your question about that material?
It actually crosses over on that last point about the habitat conservation plan and the Lynn County lawsuit and all that. I did have comments about that. That's written up in the draft, the revised draft on this, and I had some recommendations to eliminate most of what was written and streamline it down to a couple of sentences. So if we're ready to go to that, it's toward the end, I think, of the actual draft revised plan. I could discuss what I envision, but it basically is that there is this ongoing process by ODF to prepare a habitat conservation plan and also an updated forest management plan. And an EIS is due out for public review and comment, I believe, in January of 2022. And I was going to leave all that right up to about that much information and cut out all the part in the middle about how, well, there's just a lot of verbs in there that are seem to be taking one side on the issue, and I don't think that's appropriate. I think we should just say that these lands are going to be managed in accordance with what both those finalized plans turn out to be. And so that we can only say at this point that we will follow it when it becomes finalized. At any rate, it'd be a lot clearer if we looked at the actual written material in the revised draft that follows this page here some ways down. It's below this. It's toward the end of the whole thing.
I think right there, yeah.
Yeah, it's in here, and it's that paragraph about the 2019 Forest Management Plan, Habitat Conservation Plan, and I was just going to say that from about where it goes per information from ODF, the 75-year Habitat Conservation Plan is intended to serve as a holistic blah, blah, blah. From there down to the final sentence, no, the second to the last sentence, I would just scratch that material because it's presenting a one-sided view in my opinion about that process. That process is ongoing, and whatever the outcome is what the county will be following. And that really comes out in the last two sentences there, that the Board of Forestry is going forward with these plans, and you can comment on it in January. So, anyway.
Chris, is it? Do you want to make a motion to that effect to encourage striking a section there?
Yes, I'm making a motion to revise this last paragraph. Yes, to eliminate the portion that's been now highlighted. Thanks for that. And leave the remaining wording in as being enough to convey the appropriate level of information that's should be in this comprehensive plan.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt to convey this audibly, so just in case people can't see the screen. So this is, let's see, this is page 5 under goal 4 under the 2019 Forest Management Plan and Habitat Conservation Plan. The motion is to strike the section starting with per information from ODF and ending with $7.6 million annual lost revenue to Clatsop County. To strike that middle of the paragraph is the motion on the table. Is there a second for that motion?
Nadia seconds.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Chris, I think you described why you're wanting to make this motion to me. Is there further discussion from the floor about the merits of this motion? Nadia, I just wanted to give you the opportunity because you put something in chat to communicate that as well, that I think is
just that
it's
I mean,
about the motion.
Yeah, just that there's points in this whole document actually that you know, that are about today, and this document is for decades. So there's many, you know, there's things that'll just be dated like within 6 months or a year, and so we should avoid that. And that's certainly the case with this. Is it'll, you know, it'll be over, you know, basically by the time this is adopted. So let's not spend a lot of time on it and look forward.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so I'm not seeing more discussion. So I'll just read. Oh, Jim.
Just a follow-up of what Nadia just said, is that do we really want this whole section, period? Because it does talk about beginning a process to update in 2019. As Nadia mentioned, that's going to be obsolete. To what purpose? The only thing I can think of is that some kind of wording to support the forest management plan and habitat conservation plan that ultimately results. I mean, you don't put ultimate results, but make some mention to the plan because it's some form it will be adopted, and that's essentially it. Because that's all we really need to know in terms of going forward.
Gail, you made action there. Do you want to describe why you highlighted that particular point?
I do, because each of our goals describes sort of the historical context of where we were before we started this, what our current conditions are, and then what our future conditions are as we anticipate them moving forward. If we're going to delete entire sections like this, then I just recommend we delete all current conditions from all of the goals, because as soon as we do that, every single one is outdated.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. I'll ask, is there further discussion on the motion, which again, the motion on the table is just to delete a couple of sentences, 3 sentences out of the middle of this paragraph about forest management plan. I have Nadia and Jan. Nadia.
I think that this forest management plan is an HCP is a big deal, and so it's worth keeping a section in. But I do agree with shortening it and making sure that it is not biased. Thank you.
Jan?
I would agree, and it seems like we've got such a short time frame. We can make the changes to that paragraph before we're through with this whole process, and I don't think that holds for all the other sections. But I think this is appropriate, and we can add whatever happens this spring or before we finish at the state level.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Susanna, I saw a hand from you.
Oh, I think that because it's what ODF is doing per this section, per information ending in the quoted part, endangered species, is a statement from ODF. I think it's appropriate. The following is just part of public comment. I'm sure there was lots of public comment. I don't see the necessity for the remainder.
So just to clarify, are you suggesting an amendment that we should keep a portion of this, or was that just comment?
I don't know how to deal with it. I mean, I can have a motion that we just have the quote from ODF of as a quote, as a holistic, proactive thing about what their goal is of ending an endangered species, and delete the rest because it's just comments to what ODF's process is. And there were many comments.
So I'll treat that as a motion to amend. The motion to amend, as I understand it, is to keep the per information from ODF sentence ending with quote, so that the effect would be the original motion would only delete following release of the draft HCP in 2020, etc., down to lost revenue to Clatsop County.
Yes.
Is there a second for that motion to essentially retain the per information from ODF sentence? Is there a second for that? I do not hear a second or see a second, so I think that will die for lack of a second. Okay, so we're back to the main motion to delete this section from the 2019 Forest Management Plan paragraph. Any further discussion on this proposed deletion? Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands, so let's move to a vote here. So the motion is that in the paragraph titled 2019 Forest Management Plan and Habitat Conservation Plan on page 5 of Goal 4, that we would encourage striking per information from ODF down to annual lost revenue to Clatsop County. So that's striking 3 sentences out of the middle of that paragraph. All those in favor of striking those sentences, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and then all those opposed to striking those 3 sentences?
Aye.
Okay, I hear 1 opposition there, and all abstaining.
I'm sorry, did Jim Nykus just vote no?
Jim,
Yes,
can you clarify that vote?
Yes, I did vote no. I don't think that we should take the language out of there because I think it's a necessary piece of the pie.
Okay. Thank you, Jim, for that clarification.
Can I also clarify, Jim, are you here as our liaison for the Lewis and Clark CAC?
Sure, why not? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I have the ayes having it on that vote. So the motion carries that we would encourage the deletion of those 3 sentences in the middle of the paragraph. Thank you for discussion on that. So we really are still, even though we just took action in the middle of the goal document, I want to make sure, are there any additional questions on the board discussion segment that Gail was presenting? This really came off of that last point in the board discussion, as I recall. So any additional questions? Without objection from the group, I'd like to recognize Ashley Latora, who seems to have a question. Any objection to that?
I just have a comment, not a question.
Sure. Go for it.
Under Objective 1, Policy K roads, the widths of the roads needed to access operations, that is part of the Forest Practices Act. So I just wanted to point that out to people here.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. And just FYI, you were not here when I said it earlier, Ashley. I know you've been on some of our other meetings, and typically I take public comment without much barrier, but I was anticipating that we would be short on time today, so I may just ask for permission when those come up. But
sure.
Nothing against you. I love that you're here. I love your comments. But
okay.
Okay. Susana, do you have questions or comments about this board discussion?
Yes, about the off-road vehicle. Our group had a big discussion that totally see using it for farm and forest uses, but not for off-road vehicles for recreation that are not on an improved trail or road because of the environmental destruction they can do. So my question to Ashley is the last sentence is a growing component of tourism industry. Is that part of Forest Practices Act?
The Forest Practices Act does not regulate off-road vehicles.
Okay. And I'm still confused about the board discussion about us changing that, because it was board discussion. I'm totally confused. I mean, I have a variety of things, and this one is a big one for it was Pam Birmingham and I, because the others weren't at that meeting. Mm-hmm. But off-road vehicles can really damage lands when there is the recreational off-roading use that's not on approved trails or roads.
Mm-hmm. So my suggestion here, Susana, is the board discussion points that Gail is bringing up are, again, I think primarily for our information so that we know what feedback is coming from the board. Some of these items, including that one, have had a distinct impact on the draft that we're getting back. So like if you look at, let's see, it's page 7. So goal 4 policy I, which was about off-road vehicles, has been struck based on that board feedback. So all I'm doing as far as process here is I'm encouraging, if you want us to speak as a group about off-road vehicle policy, that you should address it to policy I instead of the board discussion. because policy I is something that has changed because of board discussion, and we can say, hey, we still want that. Does that make sense as a
Yes, no,
process?
yes.
Okay. So if you, and that was in board discussion, but if you want to move that we encourage keeping that one, you can do that now. I mean, this is your all's meeting. I'm just trying to chair it to get an effective feedback mechanism back to the board. So if you want to make a motion now, go for it.
Well, I mean, under the policy 1 that's coming up on page 7, I can do it now.
Sure, go for it.
Yes, so I move that off-road that needs to be reinstated, but that the way our group had it, that off-road vehicles are permitted for farm and forestry practices, but all recreational use of off-road vehicles must be confined to established roads and trails.
Okay. So
In order to prevent erosion and the rest.
Totally fine as a motion. So I'll just try to restate it here. So we've got a motion to reinstate policy I with the amendment that I think that's going to read, instead of shall be strictly confined to established rock roads, that it would read permitted for farm forest practices, but recreational use is limited to established roads and trails. So we've got a motion to partially reinstate policy I with some amended language. Is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Is there discussion from the floor about this recommendation to try and reinstate policy I with some amended language?
Well, I guess I'll just say why I'm seconding.
Sure.
If I may. Off-road vehicles can do a tremendous amount of damage that is long-lasting when it's a practice that's done genuinely off-road, no pre-existing road. It'll leave tracks that continue to get eroded over time and really can damage an area in a very long-lasting way. And the fact that some of these areas are in harvested working forest lands exposes those lands to even harsher effect from precipitation and runoff. And so it just exacerbates a terrible erosion problem that we're already enduring from the existing practices in our forests. So I'm very much in favor of having some sort of policy in there to regulate recreational use of those kinds of vehicles.
Thank you, Chris. I've got Pat and Lamb. So Pat.
And while I agree with Chris on the impact, I believe this is also one of those urban, rural, cultural issues that goes beyond just the four-wheelers in the forest. I think, so my question is, who would enforce this? What would be the enforcement mechanism?
Unless staff wants to speak to that, I think I'll move to Lamb.
Yeah, I also support the amendment, but also aren't forest logging machines doing more damage than recreational vehicles? I guess that's, and I think those machines are much bigger and they do a lot more damage than the recreational vehicles. I don't know how we would also regulate that.
Thank you, Lamb. Any other comments on it? Nadia?
I think it's true there's a rural-urban divide on this a little bit, but I think we can find some common ground if we look at consequences. So I'm wondering if, I appreciate the motion on the table, but I'm wondering if it could be something more about the county supporting off-road vehicle use that prevents erosion, stream degradation, damage to young trees and seedlings. So kind of softening it a bit so that it's really about how do we encourage best practices, or whenever they're being used, rather than prohibiting, and especially since enforcing that on a county level, once it gets to the ordinance phase, if it ever does, is very difficult in a county like ours. So, so I think if you ask even OHV writers whether they want to hurt nature and water, especially that they're drinking, I would think they would also say no. So, how do we get to something that's acceptable to even writers themselves?
Nadia, I hate to be a stickler on this. Do you propose amending language here?
I was looking for a little bit of discussion on it, but I could if people want me to.
Are those hands for wanting amendment? I think so, unless let's see.
I'll make the motion just so people can kill it if they want to. How about that?
Sure.
So the county shall support the use of off-road vehicles in a way to prevent erosion, stream degradation, damage to young trees and seedlings, and disturbance of wildlife and its habitat.
Okay.
Second.
So we've got a motion to amend, which would amend the beginning of the existing statement. It sounds like to state that the county shall support the use of off-road vehicles in a way that protects, was that, or prevents erosion, etc., as it reads currently.
Yeah, I don't want it to say like that the county will support using OHVs, but if people are gonna use OHVs, that they use best practices to prevent erosion.
Is there any changes you would make to how Gail recorded that, just so that we can make sure we're accurately capturing the sentiment you want?
I think that's fine for now. They could wordsmith it a little bit later if they wanted to.
Okay. So can I ask, is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second to amend the suggested language to start with that the county should support the use of off-road vehicles in a way that prevents erosion, steam degradation, etc. Is there a discussion of this amendment? I'll start with Pat and then Susana. Pat.
I really appreciate this amendment and putting it in the affirmative. As I'm thinking about it, there's big differences between how people operate those kind of rigs on their own property. But with this amendment, what this language also referred to was a tourism industry, an emergent industry in this kind of tourism. So I think it's very important to have affirmative language about the effects. If we're anticipating more tourists, they might not have the same respect for our woods as our residents who use these vehicles on a daily basis. So I think it's a real important distinction. And for the purposes that were mentioned in that, the point that they had made.
Thank you, Pat. Susana?
I think that the motion by Nadia is so open-ended that it would be hard. It's only aspirational, and that if off-road vehicles are really tearing up the land, because I know when you see them, they come out covered with mud to the top of the cab sometimes. And it's part of a pride thing. And I'm pretty sure the only way you get mud that high is going through streams and things. And there are off-road clubs. Well, I think there are off-road clubs. I mean, there are definitely groups of people that do off-roading. And you see all these advertisements on TV about vehicles that can go everywhere that encourage it. And I think without saying that they need to stay to established roads and trails, it's so open-ended. How would you enforce it? While I think saying that they have to stay to establish roads and trails could possibly be enforceable in the future. Because I think it's a big deal sometimes when you see these trucks coming out of the woods, just covered in mud.
Okay, thanks, Susanna. Robert. Oh, I can't hear you.
Unmute. Unmute.
I aim this a little bit to Ashley saying I feel like I've taken the Kool-Aid, and also to Lom. My sense of the big logging equipment is that it has such a low impact on the earth. You know, the pounds per square inch, and it's so different from the ATVs roaring through the hills. You know, that I don't want to just offhandedly there be a blast that the big logging equipment is more destructive than the guy ripping through the hills on his ATV. Yeah, because that's just not my sense of it. They're made to be very big logging equipment is made to be very, very gentle as it goes through the woods, and that's period.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amended language, Jim?
Well, I think we're all grappling with the proper terminology. As written here, there's no way that driving off-road will prevent erosion or stream degradation. In our wet environment, unless it's in the summertime, it will occur. So I'm struggling how to tweak that language to recognize that situation. We're certainly not going to outlaw ATVs in the wintertime. So maybe something to the effect of the county shall, in a way that reduces erosion, stream degradation, etc., to the greatest extent practical. So I know that's softening the language, but that's also a recognition of reality.
So I respect that that's constructive addition to this, Jim. I think I want to limit us making tertiary amendments here. I do want to also note that it's my understanding anyway that these policies as stated in the comp plan are just going to be guidance for actual, say, ordinance and rule making that would implement something on the ground. And so we're not, this language wouldn't become a law that the sheriff would enforce as much as it would inform something else that would become that someday. So I just encourage you to step back a little bit and try to get the right idea here so that we can, and you know, there's some discussion here about positive versus negative language. That makes sense. But the ordinance is going to be different in the long run. Pat?
I think a middle ground. Go ahead.
So I've got a call for the question. Let me ask, is there any objection to us moving to a vote on the amendment? Okay, so I hear no objection to us moving to a vote on the amendment. Susanna, is that objection? Sorry, you're going to have to unmute.
There are two motions up there. My motion, I believe, am I correct? And Nadia's?
That's correct. This is call to the question for us to vote on the amendment, which is Nadia's, excuse me.
Okay.
Okay, so I have no objection to moving to a vote on the amendment. So this is the amendment to change The proposed language for policy 1 to state that the county shall support the use of off-road vehicles in a way that prevents erosion, stream degradation, etc., as listed in the original policy 1. All those in favor of amending the language so that it shall support the use of off-road vehicles, etc., signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and then all those opposed to the amended language.
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so I have a couple nays, but I believe the ayes have it. So the language would be amended. So we're back to a main motion, which now is the same language that I just read. So that is that the policy, we would encourage the reinsertion of policy 1 to state that the county shall support the use of off-road vehicles in a way that prevents erosion, steam degradation, damage to young trees and seedlings, and disturbance of wildlife and its habitat. Is there further discussion on that main motion? Okay, let's then go to a vote on this main motion. I'll just read that quickly again. So the motion is to encourage the reinsertion of policy I under goal 4. Is this, I'm sorry, is this objective 1? I just don't remember which one it is, but not that it matters that much. Thank you, Gail. So this is objective 1, policy I. We're encouraging the reinsertion of that policy with the amended language that states that the county should support the use of off-road vehicles in a way that prevents erosion, stream degradation, damage to young trees and seedlings, and disturbance of wildlife and its habitat. All those in favor of the reinsertion of that policy I in objective 1, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, and then all those opposed to that reinsertion.
No.
Okay. Any abstentions? Okay, I believe again the ayes have it. So we will recommend the reinsertion of policy I. Okay, thank you. So let's go back to broad discussion of of goal 4. Are there other items that folks would like to cover in goal 4? Nadia, I'll recognize you. I think you're the first one that has something in the chat as well. Nadia?
Yeah, just a simple proposed amendment, page 6, under drinking water and watersheds. Clatsop County's forest lands are often the source of potable water for many downstream communities. Drinking water. I'm just making a motion to add, they also provide significant wildlife habitat. There's no mention of that in the above section.
Okay, so that is in the descriptive section under drinking water and watersheds, correct? It's not in the objectives, it's the end of the descriptive section. Okay.
It would be the sentence right before the objectives.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. I was a little confused when you first started there. So you're just suggesting the addition, potable water from any downstream, potable water. And can you clarify?
They also provide significant wildlife habitat.
In an additional sentence?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. So that, okay, that's fine. Well, forest lands also, they is the forest lands. As a woodlot owner myself and neighbor of thousands and thousands of acres, I know well that there are cougar and bobcat and bear and coyote and lots of elk.
I'm sorry, Chair Gardner, could you repeat your
I'm
motion?
sorry, it's in the chat, but I'll I gotta go find it again. They also provide significant wildlife habitat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to insert in the descriptive section, page 6, under drinking water and watersheds, the sentence, forest lands also provide significant wildlife habitat. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the insertion of forest lands also provide significant wildlife habitat? Mr. Farrar.
I placed a comment that's kind of lengthy in the chat box. I would actually like to expand that into a small paragraph that talks more about what the forest lands really provide to the county at large in terms of a water supply. Not just potable water, but irrigation water, water for aquatic organisms, so habitat, and that most of the water that residents of this county use is captured in forest lands, and it works its way down either as surface water system or in the groundwater to points of use downstream. Very little of the water in this county actually lands on unforested land that's utilized. And so I think we should make a point here of the connection between the land resources and the water resources. It's one big system, and it should be understood that the 80% of our county that's forested is the catchment for most of us that drink water or irrigate crops with it, or the organisms that live in the streams at any point between the headwaters and the ocean. So I don't know if you can pull up my chat and put it there.
I see it. So let me say first off that I'm gonna, if you're proposing this as an amendment, Chris, I'm gonna rule a portion of this out of order for that particular section. I'll tell you why, and you guys can all vote to disagree with me if you want. But the portion that says should be protected and conserved sounds a lot to me like a policy and not a piece of background information. So I think that it belongs in a different section of this goal. I think if that portion comes out of this, if it's just descriptive, it fits properly in the descriptive section. But my feeling as chair is that I have a hard time accepting that one when I think it's inappropriately placed. Does that?
Okay, I defer to you.
I don't want to necessarily lose the comment. I think it's a reasonable comment overall. I just think that maybe a portion of it is really an objective or a policy, excuse me. That's it. Does anyone else want to work with that language? Or even Chris, do you want to provide an amendment that just doesn't say should be protected and conserved? Susana.
Would it be appropriate then to do under the next section objectives and policies and to put it to elaborate on policy A? What Chris is saying?
I think that's what I'm saying. That if you want to include that, totally fine. I think that parts of it are appropriate for a different section. I'm sorry, I seem to have killed discussion there. I apologize for that. I'll just put in chat the split that I suggest. So I've got Jim, Cheryl, Jan. I apologize if I got you out of order. I had a different window up, but Jim.
I think if you just delete the original phrase, let me see, where is it? Should be protected and conserved, and just continue with wildlife and aquatic organisms for the health and prosperity of county residents, visitors, and business. So eliminating the protected and conserved portion of it. Maybe that's all we need to do.
So let me treat that as a motion to amend then. And is this intended to replace the entirety of the existing paragraph plus Nadia's insertion?
Yes, this is actually a proposal to amend what Chris Farrar just proposed.
Okay. So, and Gail, thank you for trying to follow along here. I know this is a circuitous route that we've come to this. So
was there a second for Chris's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. So I've got a motion to replace the existing language, which I'm taking, and I want to get clarification on this. Jim, this is your motion at this point, I think, really.
Yes.
The motion is to replace the original sentence, the Clatsop County's forest lands, and the amended language or inserted language provided by Nadia. So this is just to the whole drinking water and watershed section will read: the majority of Clatsop County residents obtain potable water and irrigation water from surface and groundwater sources that originate as precipitation deposited on forest land. The water resources forest lands provide to residents, wildlife, and aquatic organisms should be organisms for the health and prosperity. Provide for the health and prosperity of county residents, visitors, and businesses. Provide for.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gail, for following along there. And we've got a second on the table. Can we have discussion? I'm going to treat this as a motion to amend. So we're going to have to go back through the chain of a couple votes here. But do we have discussion on this proposed amended language from Jim Lamb?
Yeah, it just occurred to me that for water resources, what if there was a company like, just say Nestle, come in and wanting to bottle water? Is this part of what would be regulated? Is this something that we didn't need to talk about?
Gail or anyone, do you have feedback on the general regulation of water resources in either in the plan or in this section?
Water resources will be overseen by the state. The county does not issue permits for water withdrawals or water rights.
Thank you, Gail.
And is that something where state rules override county?
Well, right now the county doesn't have any rules. We don't regulate water.
Correct. And I was wondering if that relationship to the state is like forest practices in ag. Is it a box that we just don't go there, or could we put language that would be there to, I don't know. Do you understand the question? Would all water locate or permits be outside of the county purview?
Yes, they would be most likely through Water Resources Department.
Right. And nothing in the comp plan that would address this would have any impact on water resources making that decision, kind of like Forest Practices Act, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. So any further discussion on this amended language, Jim?
Yeah, I do. Gail, you may be still working on it, but you know what I really meant was just, I'll just read you the sentence. So the water resource and the forest resources, forest lands provide for the health and prosperity of residents, wildlife, and aquatic organisms. And conserve for the health and prosperity of county residents. I'm getting a little muddled there, but I don't want to delete the prosperity of residents, wildlife, and aquatic organisms. But do delete should be
I'm sorry.
protected and conserved.
Could you repeat one more time, please? There's just
Oh,
too many things.
Yes, I understand. Just delete should be protected and conserved.
And did we not add something about provide for?
Yeah, no, that's fine up there. So if you delete the should be
if you could read the
protected,
sentence how you would like it, please.
the water resources of forest lands provide for the health and prosperity of residents, wildlife, and aquatic residents. Okay.
Slow down.
I can only type in things so fast. I'm sorry, I'm not very smart that way. So, okay, the water resources, and we added of forest lands. Is that correct?
Yes. Provide for the health.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Of forest lands provide for the health and prosperity.
The health, health and prosperity of residents, wildlife, and the aquatic organisms. Well, I see.
Period.
Period, maybe just period. And you can also delete the very last sentence since we included wildlife above.
Okay. So are we settled on that language, Jim? At the moment, so I can do a rereading.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
So I just want to reread. So the amended language is for drinking water and watersheds. This section to read: the majority of Clatsop County residents obtain potable water and irrigation water from surface and groundwater sources that originate as precipitation deposited on forest land. The water resources of forest lands provide for the health and prosperity of residents, wildlife, and aquatic organisms. And I just want to make sure, Charles, you had a second on that. I think maybe sort of before we'd really settled on language there. Do you want to maintain that second?
Yeah, I'll re-second or maintain it, however you want to say it.
Okay. And let's continue discussion. Susana.
I think after aquatic organisms, therefore should be protected and conserved.
I'll just restate the whole reason I, as chair, didn't accept the original motion from Chris is that it's my belief, and again, you all can disagree with me, that we should not be placing policy, which is action items, within this descriptive section. So I struck that, and Jim proposed this amendment to get around that.
Okay.
Any further discussion on this amended language? Okay, let's try for a vote on this one. So we've got an amendment on the table that is to replace the language under drinking water and watersheds in the descriptive section with the majority of Clatsop County residents obtain potable water and irrigation water from surface and groundwater sources that originate as precipitation deposited on forest land. The water resources of forest lands provide for the health and prosperity of residents, wildlife, and aquatic organisms, period. All those in favor of amending the language to read as I just communicated, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and then all those opposed, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, and just to make sure, not that it matters too much, but is that Carrie on the phone, Carrie Johnson?
That is Carrie Johnson.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because it's getting recorded as who's the nay vote. So thank you, Carrie. Okay, so we're back to the main motion. What we just did is we replaced Nadia's main motion with the language that Jim suggested. So we just need to have another vote to approve this language to replace the existing paragraph under drinking water and watersheds. Is there any additional discussion before we move to a vote? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing any other discussion, so let's move to a vote. Again, this is just the sort of final vote to replace drinking water and watersheds paragraph with this language. The majority of Clatsop County residents obtain potable water and irrigation water from surface and groundwater sources that originate as precipitation deposited on forest land. The water resources of forest lands provide for the health and prosperity of residents, wildlife, and aquatic organisms. Okay, all those in favor of replacing the language in the description with what I just read signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed to that replacement signify by saying nay.
No.
Okay.
This is Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie. And any abstentions? Okay, I believe the ayes have it, so we will recommend that language change. Thank you for your patience with that process. I know that was a little clumsy, but I appreciate getting through it. And Gail, thank you for trying to track all of that as we stumbled through there. Okay, I want to check the chat really quickly because there were a couple of things in here that people put in earlier, a fair bit earlier at this point. So I think Cheryl, you had the next thing that represents, I think, a motion in the chat. Cheryl, do you want to restate what you put in chat for us?
Yeah, I'd like to look at policy G, which is for forest activities within watersheds. And this previous discussion, I think, was really valuable because watersheds, I felt, in the overall forest land sort of got short shrift. And so we have now put it into the language moving into the policies. And now I think we're ready to deal with the policies. And so G is specifically about watersheds. And then policy G also very directly addresses the Oregon Forest Practices Act. And it says, the comprehensive plan will be conducted in accordance with Oregon Forest Practices Act and the Oregon Forest Practices Rules as revised. So that statement is very clear, very solid. It's there and clear and solid. And then what was added in there, additional protective measures negotiated between forest landowners and water users are encouraged. So that sort of gives a nod to the folks who get their drinking water out of the forest land. And then I would like to add the preservation of fish, including Andromeda species such as salmonid and steelhead, and biologically significant wildlife resources in Clatsop County is dependent upon retention of natural forest habitat, clean air, and clean water. So my motion is, yeah, to add that to the end.
Okay. So we've got a motion to append the language that Cheryl just read off to the end of policy G and goal 4, objective 1. Okay, and we've got a second, I heard. And was that
Jan.
Charles? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jan. So let's open this to discussion. Cheryl, thank you for the introductory comments. I won't start with you in that case. So do we have discussion from the rest of the group on this proposed insertion? Jim.
I have more of a question. The statement is great, but it's a statement instead of providing some kind of direction for ordinance writing later on. I'm not sure if we can if we can or should do anything about it, but is it possible to turn this into something that the planning staff could actually use? It's really I have an open-ended question here, that's all.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Further discussion on this proposed insertion? Okay, so I'm not seeing discussion. So next, Jan.
I'll just throw this in. I do think it's important, and I appreciate your comment. I don't know how to do it, but I think it's important that we recognize that even in the forestry section, there's more than one economy operating in this county, and that the impacts of our forest practices do have consequences for our fisheries as well. That's sort of how I want to, that's sort of what I want put out there.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Okay, so I have a motion on the table that is to add to Goal 4, Objective 1, Policy G, an additional sentence which reads, the preservation of fish, including Andromeda species such as salmonid and steelhead, and biologically significant wildlife resources in Clatsop County is dependent on retention of natural forest habitat, clean air, and clean water. All those in favor of the insertion of the language that I just read, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then all those opposed to the insertion of the language that I just read, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to ask for abstentions. Are there any abstentions? Okay, I don't hear any abstentions, so I've got that the motion succeeded. I will also note that I'm getting a note that the organizers having technical difficulties. I believe Gail has lost connection briefly, so we will wait for a pause here for a second while we hope that Gail reconnects. I'll also just note for everyone, we were making very good time earlier. We may still be making good time depending on how much more material you all want to cover, but we've got about an hour left in our stated agenda time for the discussion of Goal 4. So I just want people to have that in mind. We have at least one motion in the chat that I want to deal with, and then we'll sort of go back to the floor, assuming that Gail comes back. Actually, this might be a good time if anyone wants to take 5 minutes for a bathroom break or anything. I will stick around, but I won't start new business until 3, let's say. I've got 2:56 right now, so if you need to step away from the computer for a second, this is a good time to do it.
Hey, this is Jason. Did you guys see the message in the chat?
I just did see that, Jason. Thank you. Jason, have we scared you off of all planning related employment for the rest of your life yet?
I actually haven't been able to pay attention. I cover the afternoon questions and calls, so I've been sorry about that.
No, well, I didn't have any expectation about you paying attention one way or another. I was just curious about your impression of this whole thing.
Well, it's good. It's good to have community engagement, and seems like everybody has got some good topics they're discussing. So hopefully Gail will get back on soon. She's working on it.
Okay, fair enough. Charles, just to clarify before we get into discussion here, the proposal that you've got in there, it looks like that would be another sentence to be amended to or inserted at the end of policy G. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah,
okay.
That's correct.
Charles, I'm going to put language in the chat, just proposed language that might be a direct insertion amendment. I just want to make sure I'm capturing the sentiment there.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Folks who are returning, just to let you know, Jason from the planning or from community development, excuse me, informed us that Gail's computer crashed, so we're just waiting on her to come back online. Yep.
That's too bad. I feel bad for her.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been a frustrating enough process without the computer crashing too. So Susana, are you? I see your comment there. So are you still interested in making any motions or anything about carbon sequestration?
Yes, that was what my comment is about.
Okay. Okay. And then possibly also tsunami evacuation routes on forest lands.
And a couple of others.
Okay.
So I'll continue on my third one.
Okay.
I have a little item that might we can deal with.
Sure.
So I noticed in the Forest Practices Act, the land use designation, this is maybe an Ashley question too, but the land use designation must be forestry. I know I've seen in earlier drafts or maybe the current draft of our land use plan, it's called conservation forestry, which I imagine was a term of art in 1980. If it hasn't been changed, I think it needs to be forestry.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. Gail, have we got you thoroughly back at this point?
I'm back. I'm just trying to get all my files open again.
Sure. We're glad you're back. We were adrift and hopeless without you.
Hardly, but thank you.
Andy?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay. I sent around yesterday evening 2 suggested additions for policies for this goal. And they're similar to what I'm hearing Charles and Suzanne mentioning. One is has to do with drinking water watersheds, and the other one is carbon offsets. So sometime or other, I'd like to discuss them.
So Jim, just because I'm happy to discuss those. just because I sort of started down this path of handling things that people are putting in chat. And also I don't have that. I'm sure I could track it down in my email, but I don't have that in front of me. Is there any chance you could give us some leading comments, at least in chat, and then we can talk about them? And maybe even if we say are trying to handle something that's duplicative, that we can bring that up. We can handle a motion and talk about both languages at the same time. Maybe we can do it artfully and not have to go back and forth about amending language and such. But if you can put that in, that would be appreciated. Okay, Gail, sure. So the final vote was for approval. It was, I don't know that I have an exact count, but I believe we had 1 in opposition and no abstentions again. Hard for me to tell how many people are really approving. I just know that I get several. Okay, so Gail, are you good to go again?
I am, thank you.
Sure, and sorry to hear that your computer went down. So I wanted to move on to the next comment that was left, which was from Charles Dice. It's about policy G. That comment was left at 219. I will repeat because I think I'm fearful that Gail, I don't know if you got this comment, but I tried to put motion like amendable language of what he was saying into the chat. So I'm just re-putting that in at the bottom of the chat now. But Charles, do you care to make a motion to match your comment?
I am. I think what you put in the chat is good for my motion. I just wanted to kind of put a little background in it. So in our neck of the woods, Cove Beach, we have a water district down there called Fountain Cove Beach Water District. Most of our water comes from springs, which are fed by forested land that's in private timber company hands. And what we're really looking for is a notification from the property owners, the timber company owners, when they're going to do a forest practice, like especially things like spraying, so that the water district has an opportunity to take some action. So that action could be things like maybe we shut down our pumps for a while, immediately during and after the spray. Maybe we take samples for chemical testing before and after, that kind of a thing. So that's the motivation for the motion.
Okay, and I'll read the language that I put in there that you seem to be approving of. Just restating your first chat, which is, so the motion, the action part of the motion here would be that we insert in policy G again another sentence saying for forested areas in a defined drinking water watershed, that the drinking water district be notified of any forest activities that may impact water quality. And just to confirm, that captures the sentiment you want here, Charles?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Is there a second for the insertion of that language?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on this motion to insert that language? I have Pat and Jim.
Didn't I read somewhere that Ashley responded that that is already part of the Forest Practices Act?
Ashley, do you mind responding to that directly to the group?
Yeah, it is partially covered. Plus, the Oregon Department of Forestry is working on real-time notification where adjacent landowners will be notified, I think 24 hours or less from the time of application. So that's supposed to be coming online, I believe, the end of this year, beginning of next year. So I just wanted to share that out there. But
Ashley, just clarifying question. So it sounds like Charles's direct concern is notification to the water district,
which is already covered under the FPA.
So it's directly covered already. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Well, so let me clarify that a little bit. So we in the district, we sign up on ferns like everybody else. And the dilemma for us is we don't necessarily get notified. And certainly if it's a spraying activity, we may not get notified when it actually does occur. They may have a forecast for when they're going to do it, but that may get delayed by weather conditions or whatever if it's aerial spraying. So I'd rather not rely on, somebody doing something. I'd rather have something in the comprehensive plan that speaks to this issue.
Okay, so Charles, what they're trying to work on is that adjacent landowners, including municipal water districts, would be notified in kind of what we're saying real time. But if this is part of this document, are you asking that someone at the county would notify you? How would they know better than the local stewardship forester and the forester in charge of the spray program?
No, I'm happy if they do that. I'm just concerned that if we don't include it in our comprehensive plan, that whoever is considering this at the moment may change their mind or may come up with something different to do. I don't know, but I do know that we're crafting this document right now, and I'd like to see that be part of the requirement for Clatsop County anyway.
Okay. So I see you, Jim, but I want to go to Gail just in case staff has input on this. Gail.
Yeah, I just want to back up a little bit what Ashley has said. First of all, the sentence or the motion made by Charles doesn't define who is supposed to be providing the notifications. It's not going to be Clatsop County. And so if the intent is to have Department of Forestry to provide those notices, even if it's in our comp plan, I don't know how we are going to enforce it. I know that I personally am probably not going to call up Ashley every day and say, did you send notices to Falcon Cove Water District? Or did you notify so-and-so? Or where are you spraying today? And have you notified the property owners? So I think we need to be realistic in how this is going to be implemented through and this is where, again, we have the comp plan and the implementing ordinances. So this is in here, but I don't foresee us making a regulation in our zoning code or our development standards that says the county shall call Department of Forestry weekly to verify that all required notices have been sent. So from an implementation standpoint, I have a lot of concerns about this proposed motion.
All I can say is that Ferns is being developed to be enhanced to provide this type of notification, and it's scheduled to be out into this year, beginning of next year.
Okay, thank you too. So Jim, I want to check with you, and then I see Nadia too. Jim.
Yes, matter of fact, I put in a proposed amendment that assumes that the communities would be notified, because I have the OARs up there on the chat, and it's rules 629-620-0800. And I'll just read the very first one. The purpose of this rule is to ensure that community water system managers are appropriately notified of planned chemical operations so that they can coordinate their monitoring activities with planned operations. From that, I wrote a proposed policy that assumes that the notification is available, and Ashley is saying is that it's going to be improved and go online within a year or so. Something about the county would develop and maintain a monitoring program for community water systems where the surface water drainage are upstream of the community water system. The monitoring program shall be designed and implemented in coordination with the planned chemical application in accordance with OAR, what I just said. I try to fashion this to dovetail and use some of the language within the OAR. Now, that doesn't address the concern that Charles has is that whether they're actually notified or not, or even the county is notified or not, but the OAR is there as specifically to help for the monitoring of drinking water.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Nadia.
I certainly sympathize with Charles and the Falcon Cove community, as Arch Cape also struggles with this, has struggled with it for a long time. But I think the current language is broader than chemical application. It's about sediment also, which is of course causes a cancer-causing substance when the sediment gets together with chlorine in our drinking water systems. And that's another, so there's the spraying part, and there's the aerial spraying and the roadside spraying, and then you have the actual cutting that is usually what leads to the sediment problem. So I think this gets into the FPA, which we can't, just from a legal standpoint, we can't get into, but also, this is a document that's going up to the county commission. The commission has been very clear that they don't want to cross that line or even get close to that line. So maybe we can find some other language that is more encouraging of what we're looking for, rather than getting into that more complex political landscape. And I don't have any language to propose at this time, but maybe somebody else has some ideas.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Is there other discussion on the proposed insertion? Okay, well, without further discussion then, let's put this to a vote. So this vote is on the motion by Charles to insert the language for for policy G, for forested areas in a defined drinking water watershed, that the drinking water district be notified of any forest activities that may impact water quality. Let's try for a voice vote here. All those in favor of inserting the proposed language signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
And all those opposed to the proposed. All those opposed to the proposed language signify by saying nay.
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 No.
I think that the ayes have it, but let's go to a roll call vote on that. That's about as close as we've gotten so far. So let me go around the table quickly. Chris, how do you vote? Chris Farrar.
Aye.
Thank you. Jan Mitchell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. Jim N, how do you vote?
Nay.
Okay. Pat Corcoran, how do you vote?
I'll vote nay.
All right. Suzanne Gladwin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Robert Strickland, how do you vote?
Aye.
Cheryl Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Naomi Gardner, how do you vote?
Nay.
Lamb, I'm afraid I don't know your last name off the top of my head, Lamb.
Kwan.
Lamb Kwan, thank you.
Aye.
Okay. Let's see. Charles Dice, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jim Allegria, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. And Carrie Johnson, how do you vote?
I'm a no.
Okay. By my count, that was 7-5. So the ayes have it. Okay. Well, let's move on. We've got that recommendation. Let me look in chat really quick to see what our order is. So I have handled that from Chris. Those are not germane. Okay, so I've got a couple of different things. And Susanna, you've got the first comment, and then Jim also inserted a comment broadly around carbon issues, carbon offsets, and carbon sequestration. I don't have a strong feeling from you two about which one we should take first, but I think we should probably handle as a motion how we would make a recommendation here. Do either of you want to start off discussion at least? Susana, you were the first one in chat. Do you just want to speak to the issue?
As a background, I want to say that use of trees for carbon sequestration is a different discussion than carbon offsets. Carbon offsets are all about selling carbon potential on the open market, and just recognizing the use of trees as carbon sequestration is what I want to see inserted as a forestry use. When I've looked into creating a conservation easement on my forest lands, when you look into conservation easements and land and forest land use and other things, the attorney I've hired and I feel that I could be blocked by the definition of a primary use of forestry lands is for commercial harvest, commercial, I forgot the word they use, but basically ultimately to harvest the trees. And therefore it contradicts a conservation easement that would protect the trees for carbon sequestration. And I think that facing climate change, that we should recognize as a forest use that these trees can be used for carbon sequestration.
Let me ask, thank you, Susana. So we have, let's see, it's policy A, I think.
Yes.
Which sets forward a list of forest uses. Is that, just for information for myself even, is that list county-based, or is that from other sources like FPA or ORS that we're getting this list of forest uses? Are we at liberty to add more forest uses that would be valid? And does it affect legal usage of those forests if we do that?
Well, I believe that the counties can go beyond the comp plan uses. That might be a question for Gail. Forest land use as defined under the comp plan, the statewide forest use goals is the one that is for the primary uses for commercial use. Wait, did that make sense?
So I think I understand what you're saying, Susana. I'm trying to get a grasp from like Ashley and Gail. If we add a use that has to do with carbon sequestration to policy A, which seems like the appropriate place to put it, is that actually something we can impact? I want to know, is that in FPA and we can't really touch it and we're just copying a definition here, or what our ability to impact this is? So Ashley, you have a hand up. Oh, I can't hear you, Ashley, sorry. I think you're muted. Sorry.
Thank you. That policy is stated, policy A is not the definition used in the FPA, nor is it under law for the fire law. So I believe it's county wording.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Ashley. Do you know, as far as interaction with Forest Practices Act, do we have limitations in any way on saying, hey, here's another valid use for forests?
I think it would be fine to add it.
Okay. Gail, do you have any feedback on this notion? I just want to.
No, most of what's in this definition is pulled out of the statewide planning goal in some form or another, where it talks about the the goal of the goal. So I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. So Susana, do you have a motion that you'd like to make respecting carbon sequestration and adding language or anything like that?
The motion would be forest lands should be conserved for forest uses, including the production of trees and forests and all of that sentence, and the somewhere in there just the importance of our trees for carbon sequestration.
Is it acceptable to change the end of that paragraph to comma grazing land for livestock and carbon sequestration, so that we're adding it as part of this list of uses?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it all can be, they're all equal uses, correct?
I don't believe that's a tiered list by my reading. No. I guess Scrivener's here. I might put a comma after livestock just because it makes it clear it's not part of that. Let me just check. So I'm treating this as a motion. That's sort of a loose treatment there, because we've got a motion to add comma, or to delete the word and in front of grazing land, and to add to the end of policy A, comma, and carbon sequestration. Is there a second in support of that motion?
I second it.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. Susana, you did speak to this a bit, so I want to go to the floor for discussion. Chris, I see your hand there.
I think it's good to include that, but I was just going to suggest moving the last three words there, and carbon sequestration, up with the other forest products use. It seems funny that this runs on at the end of a list that includes recreational activities and all that. This is more about trees. And so I would put it up after, in the second line there, where it says trees and processing of forest products, carbon sequestration, open space, etc. Can you see where I mean?
I do see what you mean. So let me just quickly poll the group here. I want to handle that particular item quickly. So is there any objection to the secondary amendment of moving and carbon sequestration to follow forest products in the list above? Is there any objection to us moving that? And again, that's not affirmatively inserting it. We haven't had that vote yet. This is just that we're changing the original motion to go after forest products instead of at the end of the paragraph. Okay, any objection to that? Hearing none, okay, we can move it up. Thank you, Chris. Is there further discussion on the addition of carbon sequestration to this list? Lam.
Yes, I have a question. This may be naive here, but aren't trees, trees are basically capturing carbon at all time, am I correct? As long as they're living. Yes. So is this a process of preventing trees from being cut? I mean, I want to know, is this straight? I mean, I highly support trees from not being cut, but I just want to be clear. This is what it is.
Susana, do you mind if I address that at least? So my thought on that is there are other items in this list, soil protection, maintenance of clean air and water, etc., that also depend on the basic biological processes of the forest, right? And I think this is just noting this as an express use or value that the forest may add, that someone could then, say in Susana's case, say, I want the forest because I'm trying to sequester carbon. And that's the major effect here, that we're just saying this is another beneficial effect that it could provide, that we could list on a legal document. But is that sufficient, Susana, as an answer?
Yes, because the way the goal is worded, it's only for commercial use, and I think they should be added to it as a recognized goal for forests.
Okay. Lamas, does that answer your question okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Other comments, feedback, discussion from the group on this motion? Okay, Susana, I'm just going to go to a vote here. So we have a motion on the floor to add and carbon sequestration to the list of forest uses in Executive Zone Policy A after forest products. So I just want to, the vote will be whether we should insert and carbon sequestration to policy A. All those in favor of inserting and carbon sequestration, by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed to that insertion.
Nay. Nay.
Okay, so I've got a couple of nays, but I believe the ayes have it. Do we have any abstentions? Sorry. Okay, and I don't hear any abstentions. So again, I believe the ayes have it, and we would recommend inserting that. Thank you, Susana. So you have another issue that you've put up here, Susana. This is the creation of tsunami evacuation routes on forest lands. Do you have proposed language for that? A chance?
No, and I'm sorry that I didn't go to the tsunami meeting, but I think to evacuate Seaside, there would need to be an evacuation route through forest lands, and probably one of the evacuation, I can't speak to Astoria, but possibly other evacuation routes through forest lands might be necessary. And I don't know if it's necessary to inject this now because we haven't really studied it that much, but I just think it's an important question to have out there. Maybe not dealt with today, but just that I have it out there.
Okay. So in the absence of proposed language here, let's try, unless someone else wants to pick up the torch. Let's go on to let's see. Forest spacing, Susana,
Okay,
you put in there. And was that a question for Ashley, in essence?
Well, I would just be curious what Chris has to say about the tsunami routes.
Chris?
Yeah, just real quickly, I did attend that tsunami meeting, and it appears that at least Greenwood Resources is favorable to working with the county to establish congregation sites or safe spots to meet in any kind of a disaster. But I think something about that might be saved for some other goal rather than forestry, because you're not really using the forest per se to allow people to transgress across a property line to get to safety. Building a tower or something will require a landowner to go along with it, but I just don't think that should be in the forest section unless you wanted to say it's allowable to build a structure for communal safety zone, something like that. So I don't know. I'm just kind of blabbing here. Sorry.
I will, Pat.
I think it's probably more appropriate to talk about it in the hazards goal that deals with tsunamis and evacuations. I also think, you know, the reality of after a large earthquake, people going far into the woods is unnecessary and will be undesirable. And so landslides and other kind of things are going to really, you know, limit that. So, you know, if we need to really think through the scenario and what we're going to need in the circumstances. And I'm not sure that being able to go up into the forest is going to be desirable. I think we can come back to the forest as refuge in Goal 7 hazards.
Thanks, Pat. Okay, so Susana, I want to check with you. You've also got a discussion or maybe a discussion point about forest spacing. Can we address that quickly?
This is a question for Ashley because she helped me with thinning of more mature trees per acre, and there's a definition in there. Ashley, does that, with 100 trees per acre in a mature forest, does that give you adequate forest canopy area?
It would depend on the size of the trees and the crowns.
And I don't know how important, because that is under thinning, and I think I don't know how important that is. It caught my eye, and it might need to have a little bit more fleshing out for future thinning in mature forests. I don't know if Ashley, if you want to comment.
What are you portion you're referring to? Because I'd like to read it first before I comment.
I have just on B, implementation, and then, oh boy.
For policy B?
Yeah, under implementation, I
think she's, are you reading from the statewide?
It was on our draft. And I can maybe pull it up on, because I have two screens open. Let me see.
The FPA doesn't really give any sort of magic number for thinning, so it wouldn't come from there. We just have a threshold for whether or not, for how many trees for reforestation, what constitutes a fully stocked stand.
Yeah, and I can't, and yeah. It was here in our draft, but if I find it later, but I will say that at the end of our draft, you have, I think it's policy J, and no, I get, because you've marked off, you've crossed out, yeah, I guess, anyway, I found it kind of vague, and I couldn't quite understand the very, very end of the draft. There were several policies, and example, type 2 procedure on expansion of non-forest development in forest zones might be permitted. I worry that in the future there may be a lot more pressure for development in forest zones, and I think that was my concern over some of those. Can you address, it's the very end of the whole draft, the very last policies. Can you speak to that, Gail?
I'm sorry, Susanna, I'm not sure I followed your question. As I understood it, you were talking about spacing of trees during replanting. Is that correct?
That was one issue, but unless I can find that, I've now moved on to the last policies at the very, very bottom. And they were talking about like where forest, I'll read one of them, where forest lands of suitable management size occur in the interior of rural residential areas or are completely surrounded by residential development. Well, small woodland and farming is encouraged. That's okay. But with time, these areas might be needed for housing and future comprehensive plan updates and would be considered for that. And then the next one is expansion of, well, let's see.
Susanna, I'm going to ask that we come back to you if you have a particular piece of language that you'd like us to work on.
Yes,
but I've got a couple other motions even in line right now.
Yes.
Thank you. So Jim, I think the next comment that I have in chat is from you, which is about the monitoring program for community water systems. You already spoke to that a little bit, but do you want to make a motion to try and include that as a policy here?
Yes, I would. Given that the OAR is there for notification of at least chemical application, I understand the concerns with sedimentation, but I think that if we tie our policies more directly to existing OARs, I think we have a better chance of successfully having it adopted. And so in that light, I proposed two actually policies. The first one is to develop and maintain a monitoring program for community water systems where the surface water drainage are upstream of the community water system. The monitoring program shall be designed and implemented in coordination with the planned chemical application in accordance with OAR, so on and so forth. And so the rationale here is that I assume that there are some monitoring programs are enforced, but I don't see a policy to say that the county should continue to do this. And also the county should be playing a coordination role across watersheds to see if there are any issue in one particular watershed and maybe a similar issue in another. We're talking about community drinking water systems here. So that's the background for this particular proposal. And to me, it's just a logical next step after the notification of chemical applications.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
So I propose this as a new policy under Goal 4.
Okay, so I've got a motion, and this is included in the chat if you want to read the language again. But I've got a motion which I will take to be inserting a policy P that let's see, is it the county? Would you want to, the county
yes.
should develop? Okay, the county shall develop and maintain a monitoring program for community water systems where the surface water drainage are upstream of the community water system. The monitoring program shall be designed and implemented in coordination with planned chemical application in accordance with OAR 629-620-0800, notification of community water system managers when applying chemicals. Is there a second for?
Well, the only thing before we codify this, I think we should just tweak the beginning a little bit. The county should develop and maintain in conjunction with the community water system managers or programs or whatever a generic term is for the different people who are directly involved with managing the quality of the waters of the various water systems.
Okay, thank you. Gail, thank you for taking that down. I think we've got a couple managers in there. Maybe one of them, the first one should come out. Community water system managers. Is that without the first manager? Thank you. Jim, do you have any other language you want to change there?
No, I tried to be consistent with the OARs and their language.
Okay. So Jim has a motion he's put on the table. Is there any second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to insert this new policy P. Is there discussion on the motion? I have a hand from Chris, but I'll recognize Gail first. Gail?
Yes, thank you. So community water systems, the system itself is overseen usually by Department of the Oregon Health Authority, and water rights obviously are going to be controlled by the Water Management District. So I have a lot of concerns about how the county is going to fund this program, implement this program, what it's designed to, what its purpose is when we have other layers and agencies that are handling the same thing. So it seems very duplicative, and I don't know what the intended outcome is that you hope to achieve that isn't already being achieved.
So could you please explain what is currently done to monitor the drinking water systems in the county?
We don't. The systems are overseen by Oregon Health Authority.
Do they do monitoring? Are they actively monitoring?
I do not know.
Hello?
Maybe Chris knows.
Yeah, Andy?
Yeah, Charles, go ahead, and then maybe Chris too.
Yeah, so I am the system operator for the Falcon Cove Beach Water District and have been for 20 years. So every water district is required to take a number of samples on a periodic basis for all sorts of chemicals and minerals and coliform and a number of other things. Regardless of the size, we all have to do the same thing. I have to do the same thing Portland does, by and large. It's on a specific schedule, and it's all dictated by OHA, and we report all of the data into OHA, and that data is maintained on a publicly accessible website that anybody can go look to see what the results of our testing is anytime they want to look it up.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Chris?
Yeah, I was more or less going to say a similar statement to what Gail said, that this would be putting a huge burden that's never been taken on by the county. This would be extremely expensive to do. It may not seem like it, but believe me, I did a lot of this work for years, and you'd need to maintain a database to keep the data in. You'd need to hire people that know how to sample properly under all kinds of conditions. You'd have to come up with a sampling protocol that you used, a sampling schedule that makes sense. And there's so many things to be looking for. This is not something a county of this size can take on. And what we rely on, as limited as it is, are state agencies and their requirements that they place on drinking water supplies. But in terms of the streams themselves, upstream of an intake and so on, that's more of DEQ matter, and whether they've established certain water quality standards for a given stream. So as much as I would love to see something like this, I really don't think we should go here. I don't think we should ask for this. What we could ask for is for the county to establish some kind of a citizen committee to investigate what resources the state may have that we're not tapped into. There's a lot of money possibly if federal Congress ever gets around to passing it, that's going to make a lot of money available for things that have to do with infrastructure. And you might be able to roll something like this into tapping some of that funding, at least to get an assessment done that would better define what would work for the county and work well. But the county itself could not take this on expense-wise.
Thank you, Chris. Is there other discussion from the floor on the motion? Pat.
It sounds like a great idea, but I think Chris, his points are going to be persuasive with me.
Okay. Any other discussion from the floor? All right, let's head to a vote on this. So we're voting on the insertion of policy P, which is, and I'll read it here, the county shall develop and maintain in conjunction with community water system managers a monitoring program for community water systems where the surface water drainage are upstream of the community water system. The monitoring program shall be designed and implemented in coordination with planned chemical application in accordance with OAR 629-620-0800, notification of community water system managers when applying chemicals. Please signify support for this motion with an affirmative in the form of aye. Please signify by saying aye. Okay, and let me check. All those opposed to the motion signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, and any abstentions?
I abstain.
Okay, so I caught a couple of abstentions there. I think it was it Chris and Susana?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we had a couple of abstentions, but I believe the nays have it, so the motion fails. Jim, you have one other motion in chat. Would you like to speak to that one? I'll just notify that we have 10 minutes left in this portion of the agenda. Well, I can't hear you for some reason now, Jim. I was hearing you fine previously. No. Oh, now
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Somehow I get connected and reconnected, but that's neither here nor there. The second one is on carbon offsets. Susana is right. Carbon sequestration is the storage of carbon. This one here is carbon storage for the creation of some kind of monetary gain in this case. Again, what I try to do is tier this with to existing regulations, and I have the OARs there. And this is essentially to promote the knowledge well, I'll just read it. Clatsop County shall work with the Oregon Department of Forestry to provide educational material and information that promotes carbon offset options to small and medium woodlot owners. Again, this is a parallels what we've had in the agricultural goal, is that we're trying to increase the income to the landowner, and small and medium woodlot owners or forest owners. They may have a variety of objectives, and one of them may very well be to allow their trees to grow a little larger. And there is a variety of different mechanisms out there. There's more and more money being funneled from corporations to governments, and what this is saying, okay, we recognize this as an additional source for some of the landowners. And I have more of an explanation down below in the chat box if you'd like to read it. But it tiers to an existing regulation that actually, let me just see here. I can never find my cursor. It's the one.
Did you say that's it, Jim?
Yeah, well, essentially, it dovetails with ODF has been directed to do, and so they're the ones that's going to do the heavy listing. And in their rule, it has that they can reach out to other organizations, because, like I mentioned, there are a lot of them there. It's just a mechanism to try to increase the knowledge and potential and monetary gains of these landowners.
Okay, great. So we've got a new motion, policy P. Again, so this one would read, Clatsop County shall work with the Oregon Department of Forestry to provide education materials and information that promotes carbon offset options to small and medium woodlot owners. Is there a second for the motion to insert that, what I just read? So I have a second, that was from Chris?
Yep.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second to insert a new policy P about education and promotion of carbon offset options for small and medium woodlot owners. Is there discussion on that point? And again, I'll just remind, we've got 7 minutes in this portion of the agenda. Any discussion on this point? Plum.
I guess this is a question for Gail. I want to know how we could possibly implement this program, and I mean, what would be the cost of this to go forward?
I think the cost would depend upon the level of promotion the county chose to do. If it's a simple matter of having brochures that ODF has printed up, or even we print ourselves with the material, it's a fairly minimal cost. If we're going to be contacting individual woodlot owners on a one-to-one basis and, you know, kind of going door to door in a campaign to hand out materials, that's a bit more labor intensive. You know, if we're going to pull television spots or radio ads or something like that, then that again increases cost. But I think generally it's probably a pretty minimal cost to the county.
Thank you, Gail. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so I'm not seeing any, so we can move to a vote on this motion. Again, the motion is to insert a new policy P in goal 4, which would read, Clatsop County shall work with the Oregon Department of Forestry to provide education materials and information that promotes carbon offset options to small and medium woodlot owners. So all those in favor of the motion to insert that new policy P, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
And all those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. And any abstentions? Okay, so I believe that the ayes have it, so we can recommend the insertion of that policy P. Let me check, we've got 4 minutes left. Are there any other items that people would like to advance for discussion here? Pat?
I mentioned it earlier while Gail was offline, I think, but in the existing plan, I think the land use is referred to as conservation forestry, and in the Forest Practices Act, it needs to be designated as forestry. Just that's been taken care of. It's a small thing, but it seemed important at the time.
All right, thank you, Pat, for bringing that back up for us. Any other points for discussion or motions on goal 4? Susanna?
It might be a little nitpicky, but I know that in preserving large mature forests, I found the goal is page 90, and I went off to look at another thing on, where are we at? I'm not showing the pages now. Oh, this computer stuff drives me crazy. It was page 9. It was under the description of forest lands, and they had under thinning and tree planting after harvesting the 100 to 200
I see that description.
now I can see the pages. My computer's showing me the page.
Do you have a suggestion on that language or something to change there, Susana?
That that with time, as the forest matures, that the goal of adequate crown area determines trees per acre.
Okay,
Because with sometimes when you have a minimum of 100 to 200 trees, you have those densely packed trees with small crowns and no under, the kind of the monoculture, which is not always a healthy for both in terms of fire growth, the temperature of fires, etc. So moving towards managing for a mature forest can mean 100 or less trees per acre when the tree canopies meet.
So I just want clarifying question here from either Gail or Ashley. Is this paragraph here, is it essentially restating the status quo of the FPA regulation on, say in this case, how many trees must survive replanting? Is that just an FPA regulation?
Yeah, basically, and it's 200 seedlings per acre, or 120 saplings, which is defined as 1 to 10 inches diameter breast height, or 80 square feet of residual mature timber on a site would be kind of what we would consider a stock stand. So.
Okay, so this is not necessarily an area that we're trying to speak to in this report anyway, because it's already in the FPA.
Right, and I don't think this is, unless Susana corrects me, I don't think this section on reforestation is what she's talking about.
No, it is, but it's forest practices wording, then right, we can't do anything about it. So I would say we move on. And I do, but go ahead.
So after stand's been harvested, clear cutted, at 6 years, we need to have at minimum 200 trees to the acre. That's a 15 by 15 spacing. And that's not what, that's what we're looking at to meet free to grow. And that's defined under the Forest Practices Act.
Okay, thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
I want to just check one more time. Any other comments before we wrap up this discussion of Go 4?
And I had one more.
Okay, Susana.
And that I did find, no, now my computer is, no, maybe it can go again. At the very last page, a type 2 review a procedure, the expansion of existing non-forest developments and uses in forest zones may be permitted under a type 2 procedure only when such expansion is substantially confined to the existing site. I worry that with time that there may be more pressure to do this policy and bring forward any number of sites. The whole thing, I think it's too broad in wording, perhaps.
Do you have alternative wording to suggest here, Susana?
Well, the type 2 procedure, once you fulfill everything, Gail, then the change of a forest zone into non-forest developments could happen, perhaps, correct?
I'm not sure that I completely understand your question, Susana. So policy K, which is the one I think you're looking at, is addressing existing developments that are not related to forest activities. And it's saying that if you have a use like that that wants to expand, then instead of going through a type 2A procedure, for example, where you would go to a public hearing before the Planning Commission, that you would go through just your standard 10-day public comment period, but only when the expansion is limited basically to the existing site. So,
And right, and what is the definition of the existing site?
well, the existing site would be the property on which the non-forest uses practice.
So Gail, you're saying that there's not going to be some like blobbing out of non-forestry use into forestry land based on this policy, that won't happen because it'll be confined to the existing parcel?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that under, if the blob is contained to the existing site, it does not have to go to a public hearing. It's a director's decision. If they meet the criteria and with conditions of approval, as a director, I have the ability to approve that. So I can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but if the blob wants to grow bigger than the existing site, then it's going to have to go through a different type of procedure, which would most likely require a public hearing, because everything above a type 2 requires a public hearing.
So my problem with it is that if I have a forest zoning on my property and I want to move it into a non-forest development, I can start a type 2 procedure for my site, and that would then be the existing site that I brought before the planning commission. I mean, the planning department.
No, that's not correct either, Susanna. So the policy is if you have already got your existing non-forest development, okay, so your non-forest development's already there. It's not brand new. It's not something you're going forward with. It's there. It's been there. So now you want to make the blob bigger because for whatever reason you need a bigger blob. But if you want to come in and create a brand new blob on an existing site, say, I mean, every site is existing, but if you want to create a brand new blob, you're going to have to go through a full-blown public hearing. And depending on what you're doing, you may have to go through a goal exception. So this policy deals only with an expansion of an existing non-forest use on an existing site that does not go beyond the boundaries of that site.
Okay. Thank you for clarification.
Okay, so we have gone a bit over our time on goal 4 here. So the next item on our agenda, unless there is objection to me moving to the next item, which is public comment, is that we will take public comment. Any objection to that? Okay, so let's move into public comment and input. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to items either on our agenda or generally in the process that we are undertaking here. Are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment at this time? Okay, not hearing any. And I think that would pretty much be you, Ashley. We can go to closing comments and adjournment. I'll check first with staff. Gail, do you have any closing comments for us or notes about our next session?
I do. So first of all, after today's meeting, I will be sending all the written comments I received from the members, as well as the annotated drafts that we just worked through. And they're going to go up and be included in the agenda package for October 6th, which again is at 10 o'clock work session. And the board will be discussing goals 1 through 4, and we'll have your comments and recommended revisions from today as well. Our next meeting is scheduled for October 26th, the question is, do we want to retain our 9 a.m. starting time or move to a different time? Our topic is going to be goal 5, which is a pretty complex goal.
Do you have feedback from the group? So yeah, can you restate the date there?
October 26th, which is the 4th Tuesday of the month.
Okay, thank you. So October 26th, do we have feedback from the group on whether or not 9 a.m. is the preferred starting time for us on that date as well?
9 a.m. works great for me.
Gail, would this be for the entire Goal 5?
Yes, it'll be the entire goal 5.
I think we need to start at 9.
Any objection to starting at 9? Okay, so we've certainly got some support, and I don't hear any objections, so that sounds good. Gail, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that all the staff comment? Okay, thank you. Any comments from members of the group as we close up today? Cheryl?
Yeah, I just want to give some bouquets and some kudos to revamp a 40-year-old comprehensive land use plan is a mammoth undertaking, the understatement of the day. We all know that at this point painfully well. And I would like to say thank you to our current county commissioners. Obviously, the county commissioners who have been here over the last 40 years took some stabs at it. There's been some revisions, there's been some updates, but nobody had the courage or whatever to take on the entire thing, and the current county commissioners have. So hats off to you, and especially to the county commissioners who are new to this process. The learning curve for being a county commissioner is huge. The learning curve to understand comprehensive land use planning is really huge. So well done. And especially thank you to the staff, and especially to Gail's leadership and her patience and her endurance, and that she hasn't so far lost her sense of humor in this process. And I know that this has just added probably tenfold to your normal working. So thank you to you also.
Thanks, Cheryl. Nadia?
Thank you, Gail.
I want to add, second all of what Cheryl said, and thanks to everybody who's in this room. This was like a marathon meeting, and it was very hard for me. I know it was hard for you guys. I want to give kudos to Chair Andy Davis. He did such a good job keeping us on track, right on target, and in fact, an extended lunch. So thanks to you. And I want to encourage everybody in the room to try to listen in to the October 6th work session at 10 a.m. Put that on your calendars now. And if you can't make that time, it's on video pretty quickly up on the website. The new county website's calendar is very clear, so you can check on that. I have that bookmarked on my browser, unfortunately. But that's how I keep track of what I have to do in a week. And then I encourage you as chair of the Planning Commission to join us for our October 12th meeting at 10 a.m. That'll kind of be the last opportunity for us to have really significant input before it goes for final adoption on these goals 1 through 4. So thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Nadia. Anyone else want to make closing comments today? Pat?
I guess I thought we did a great job, obviously, moving through 1 through 4. I keep coming back to 1. The most concern I have is about the public involvement piece. And my hair isn't on fire, but I feel some embers. And I just want to make sure that the structure of having broad public involvement is maintained. And again, who populates that structure should have a wide diversity of voices. But, I would hate to see the structure of public involvement be changed because of perceived sense of the product not being desirable to the reader, if you know what I mean. And so I hate to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think in particular with regard to goal 4 and the sense of, voices not read in the initial draft, I could see how that could be read. But what I found out was once you discover the Forest Practices Act within Goal 4, you know, the views of the timber industry are very loudly and clearly and legally noted there. And so I think within Goal 4, you know, there are certainly voices that may not have been understood on the initial readings by, again, the newer commissioners. It seemed like after that interpretation is when the idea is to change the CAC, align the boundaries with political boundaries and such seem to come out of that response. And so I would hate to have an initial reading of Goal 4 result in structural changes that maybe didn't need to be the Forest Practices Act as it plays in our county comprehensive plan. So yeah, this is a learning thing. We still have a lot of time. We're going to get this right. It's going to be fine. But and in particular, not only for this comp plan update, I mean, there's parallel activities, comp plan update, but there's also ongoing land use planning in the county. And so the participation of the public in that is difficult and essential. And so I look forward to having a nice, vigorous public involvement plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Any other comments, closing comments from the group? Jan?
I would just add to what Patrick said. I think we really need to look at those boundaries as having to do with what is in the land, what are the cultural differences, what are the natural differences, and use those boundaries. That they just are not the same as political boundaries. And the whole business of public participation really relies on those shared experiences and understandings of where people live.
Thank you, Jan. Other closing comments from the group? Okay, not seeing any more. I'll just say thank you to the members here for your input today. Thank you for Ashley for coming and giving us expert advice from outside the group. Gail, thank you for your continued work on this in the session today, and apologies and thank you for, I put some extra work on you in the last 24 hours, and I appreciate you stepping up to distribute my hopes that the group would give feedback, and all of that feedback. I know that was a lot to put on your plate at the last minute, so I apologize and thank you for doing that work. Everybody, I look forward to our next meeting. Thank you for making today productive and keeping us on time. Hopefully next time we'll be as successful. So without objection, I think we can be adjourned today.
Thank you, Andy.